There is a connection between the paranormal, UFOs, and the myths of ancient history. The clues are scattered across the landscape from a forbidden past, maybe even in your own backyard. There is a connection between the true nature of our reality, consciousness, and the unexplained. I'm Carl the Crusher. Let's explore the unknown. Welcome back, guys. We're again here at the front gates of Skinwalker Ranch, and the new season on the History Channel is just about to kick off. Now, I wasn't invited back for the Beyond Skinwalker season this year or any of the main show, but we're going to be up here in Vernal, up in the area, and we're going to a brand new property today that I'm excited to show you guys about. Last time we were up here, we went and explored the whole property, Lightning Springs Ranch, which is all up to the north and to the northwest of Skinwalker, up on the mesa and the canyons. And this time we're actually going to be going a little bit further north, right to the base of Blind Frog Ranch. But I wanted to come here. We always come here like it's a tradition to kick things off. It looks like they've moved the guard tower around. So the guard mobile thing with the cameras has moved over now to this side. And they've still got the big stop sign there, and the main gate is clear up there. Really excited to see what they do for the new season of Skinwalker Ranch this year. But again, I'm not allowed this time to go on the property at Skinwalker Ranch. I texted Brandon Fugel, let him know that I was going to be up here. If he needs anything for me to do while I'm up here, we'll find out. But for now, we're going to be going up to my friend's property. We're going to be checking in there and exploring that whole place. I'm excited because we brought a modular unidentified phenomena alert system up here. We're going to be placing it at this new property, and it's also an Airbnb. So that's one of the things. We came here to kick this series off at the front gates of Skinwalker Ranch. And while I'm talking, feel free to look in the sky to see if you see anything above me or anything like that. But the whole point is, when you come up here and you try to visit, this place is private. There's so much research that's going on here that Brandon's doing, that Eric Bard's doing, that the whole team is doing, and then they've got all the contracts with the History Channel, that it's not like the public can just come and visit. It's not like you can rent a cabin here or stay in an Airbnb or anything like that. You have to stay in town, and then the most you can really do is come up here to their front gate, take a couple of pictures, and that's about it. It's really, really private, really secure. They really control the research area. But where we're going to go actually has an Airbnb, and I'm going to put all the links down in the description box below so that you can actually come and stay where I'm going to be staying. So that's going to be really cool. But I think it's awesome that we're starting to connect the pieces of the puzzle, and we're going to be going from here at Skinwalker Ranch all the way up near to the southern edge of Blind Frog Ranch. And I've even messaged Dwayne Ollinger, the owner of Blind Frog Ranch. We'll see if we get to go up around there, but I'm not sure. I'm talking to a couple of guys who actually own the mining and mineral rights north of Blind Frog Ranch, up in that area, but it's really difficult to get access back up there. We'll see. I think on this trip, what I want to explore a lot is going to this new property. We're going to be setting up a modular sensor, a MUPOS device, and getting it working. And then after that, we're going to be doing a lot of psionic research. Now, every time that I've come up here, I've spent a lot of time going up to ancient petroglyph sites, hiking around up in Dinosaur National Monument, and going and looking at a lot of the ancient culture. And this time I want to explore consciousness. I want to explore the nature of reality, just sitting in a location and having a MUPOS device with me, staying there and researching it. But we got a whole 50 acres that we can explore, and it's going to be a whole experience. So let's go ahead and figure out where we're going to get situated. But take a minute and look around. I'm going to pick up the camera and show you guys around. Welcome to Carl Crusher, and welcome to, this is Skinwalker Ranch, and this is just the beginning. If I walk any closer than that motion detector guard tower will go off and kick us out of here. We're about to find out. I mean, whatever they discover on the new season of The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, if you want to get the behind the scenes, you can catch it here on some of the Carl Crusher channel stuff from previous seasons. But most of all, there's going to be a link down in the description box to join the Skinwalker Ranch Insiders Club. So make sure and join that. I have an affiliate link down there. See anything in the sky? You know, everything from the Skywatcher team, all this talk about summoning and psionics. It's going to be really interesting to see if this new season of The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, if they're going to be doing any of that. Are they going to bring in any remote viewers? Is the Skywatcher team going to come and show up? Will they ever allow me to go back on the property again? It is so hard with how much rumors fly around and people say shit about you and people backstab. The Skinwalker phenomenon, like, it has a way of infiltrating your friends groups and then tearing your relationships apart in a way that's just like so mind-boggling to me, that even when you work with a group and you try to warn everybody that it's going to happen, it still happens to your team, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it, which is why here I am working alone again. So it's going to be exciting. We have a lot to do. Let's get up to the new property. I decided while we're here at the front gates at Skinwalker Ranch, we might as well get the thermal imager out and see if we can see anything in the sky. Now I know that this is daytime, so you can see how everything is glowing white hot. But the theory is if anything is cloaked, if anything is like hiding in the sky, the triangle area would be like up there. Can you see anything? The birds are not happy with me here. I don't see anything, guys. But you know, we've got, I'm going to be here for the whole week, so I'm going to be doing a lot of telepathy, a lot of psionics, a lot of meditation experiments. And we actually get to do them from like a base camp. There's signs that says no drones. What if we just saw, can you imagine if right now we just saw like a big triangle or some flying saucer manifest and we're the ones that got it? It's one of those things where you could spend a lot of time out here just hanging out looking, right? But it's hard when this is as close as you can get. We can't go up and we can't use EMF detectors. We can't use any kind of ground penetrating radar. All of this research being done here is private. Okay, let's go. So the place that we're going is called Thunder Strike Ranch. Burn this one into your brain. This is a family-owned property. This is the family that owns all of the cows that come and graze at Skinwalker Ranch. And now they've just bought 50 acres with a cabin and an Airbnb. And one of the first things they did was message me and invite me to come up here and install one of the modular sensors. This is going to be one of the public devices. So along with the sensor that's at my house and the one that's in Hesteland, Norway, and the other public sensors that you can access through the Patreon Inner Circle Mupas group, this one is going to be right up in between Skinwalker Ranch and Blind Frog Ranch. So right at the south end of Blind Frog Ranch, now we've got Thunder Strike Ranch, and we're going to have a modular sensor there. So those of you that are part of the Mupas study on Patreon, you're going to have access to be able to see all of that information too. So that's going to be awesome. let's go up there and check out the property. I'm gonna wait and see. They might message me here soon to let me know when I'm gonna meet up. And until then, let's just go into Vernal and let's go around and see if we can find some breakfast. Let's stop into Randy's shop. See if he's got any cool new pieces of art that he's been working on. Look at what I'm getting, guys. Where is this petroglyph from, Randy?
Brush Creek.
Brush Creek.
Yeah.
That's right. I actually think I went up there. I just don't know the names. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy. Yeah, he's pretty.
Yeah, he's on the wall up there by the creek. Off of 191.
And you make these out of wax?
No, those are paper.
These are, oh, paper. That's right, paper. It's crazy. Check out all this cool stuff that Randy's got in his shop in here. I don't film all of Randy's stories because he doesn't like to be on camera, but he's got some pretty cool stories about petroglyphs and stuff. But some things I just keep personal, and they're for my own life experience, and you guys watching this video don't get to know everything I do. But Randy's awesome. He's seen some pretty cool stuff. Look at all this. Look at this. So Randy has like this super powered microscope camera, and these are actually all rocks and stones and gems, and he zooms in on them with his microscope and takes pictures of these, and they look like these like crazy landscapes like in outer space or something. It's so amazing. Randy did tell me a really cool story about these petroglyphs that he saw that were up in this canyon, and they looked like these long-bodied, short-legged like creatures with these long mouths with teeth on them, like these wolf creatures, like, and nobody knows where they came from. No dial tone. Honestly, I have no idea if I'm going the right way or not. I think I am. I am pretty sure this is on the same road that goes to Blind Frog Ranch. I'm pretty sure the Blind Frog is just right north there. I may have gone too far. This is going to be interesting. Wow, what a view. This could be pretty crazy looking around. I might have just passed the property. This could be it over here. I didn't realize how high up in elevation I was. We are up on top of the mesa for sure. I actually didn't go far enough, so we're going farther up the road. Just took a left-hand turn. This is a different terrain than I was expecting. Which way is it to Thunderstrike Ranch? That way? Okay. She told me. Watch out, babies. We are in the country, guys. Something just ran through the trees right there. If I'm going to be walking out through all this scrub brush, this is going to be wild. You see anything? I think it was a deer. This terrain honestly reminds me of all of my childhood, all of my upbringing in southeast Idaho. All this sagebrush and the junipers. This is crazy. This is some pretty wild mountain terrain up here. I'm almost positive this is the road that goes up to Blind Frog Ranch. If it is, there's a creek right down here. I'm gonna have to try and see if it runs through the property, and we're gonna have to walk that creek because I'm pretty sure that back right over here, this isn't on the correct property. But I'm pretty sure that there's like old cairns and like standing stones and sight stones and a few things right over here. It might even been like an old oven, like a cook oven that was stacked out of stones back up there. But I remember when I came up here with Chad Ollinger one time that we stopped and he jumped out of his Jeep and was running around right there by the creek trying to find some ancient like stacked stone thing there, and then when he ran around he just couldn't find it. So I don't know, maybe I'll have to come back up here with Donovan and look right around there, but I don't know whose property that is, so we can't just run around someone else's land. But I think we're getting close up here. We are right at the base. We're like literally right on the south side of Blind Frog Ranch up here. I think this is it. Staying in that little cabin right there, that or the teepee. Either one would be really cool. But this is promising. If they own the land up on the ridge up here, there could be tons of stuff. There could be tons of artifacts back in here. Holy smokes.
Well, what is your names? Are we friends? Are we going to be bestest friends? Yeah? We got a ball and everything? Oh my goodness. Ready? You're going to make me throw it left-handed. No, I'm going to switch hands so I don't look crazy. Ready? Go get it. What's going on? You're the smart one. Stay here and get the pet, huh? Good, you did it. Is this going to be what we're doing the whole time I'm here? Are we just going to be playing fetch? Ready? Go get it. Gotta make friends with the locals. Wow. I think there's going to be a bunch of stuff right up on this ridge, guys. Up there is going to be my first point to look around, I think. All up along here. We're going to be artifact hunting, I believe. Walking the property. We'll have to find out what the boundaries are. We're going to go all the way back here. But this is going to be on Airbnb. It is on Airbnb. If you want to come and stay here, the link is going to be down in the description box. Going to have the teepee and the cabin. So we're going to have to check it out. Let's go take a look in the teepee. Are you going to be my tour guide this whole trip? Actually, having the dogs makes me feel a lot safer. I like that. Hey, this is cool. Whoa, this is way cool. Look at that. Got a table, got a couple of beds, got a cowskin rug. This is actually pretty nice. That looks super nice. Let's come over here and check out the cabin. And this is all adjacent and attached to the main property. So we'll see the Mupas is going to work or not. Hey, the door's open. Nice. I think I'm good to go in. This is where we're going to be staying. Oh, this is sick. Yeah, this is going to be perfect. This is way cool. Look at this place. I got perfect views for UFO watching. Look at that. Right up that way is we're right at the base of Blind Frog Ranch here. This is so cool. No way. No way. This is an awesome spot. Way to go, Donovan. Congratulations. This is really cool. This is like legit to come and stay here. Yeah, this is the bathroom. This is awesome. We got us a shower in here. See the water going. This is cool. We've got a little storage closet. It's probably got the hot water heater and the cleaning supplies in there. It wasn't supposed to open. This is it. This is our little bungalow we're going to be camping out in. Hell yeah. I can say right now, I don't see anything here for Wi-Fi. So we might have to put the Mupas device up in the main house if that's possible. But if we can get the Mupas in here, this would be amazing, because you know what that means is if you guys come to Phenomicon, if you come up here because you want to go explore around Skinwalker Ranch, Blind Frog Ranch, or you actually want to camp up here, you can come and rent this Airbnb and stay in this actual room. And so if we have the Mupas here and you have an experience, then you could actually journal for the Mupas here. So you could do the log entries. So I'm going to go ahead and get the Mupas device. I'm going to go get my luggage, all my gear and equipment, and we'll come and set it up. This is perfect. There's even like a desk right here. I can put all my gear. If I decide I want to like jump around on the bed, like, I'm not going to do that. Just kidding. This is going to be rad. I'm excited. And come check this out. We can look outside. We got friends, best buddies out here waiting to play fetch. You ready? Oh my gosh, this is so funny. These dogs. This is what it's going to be every time. The whole time I'm hiking around, these dogs are going to be following me. But this whole ridge line up here, I already can tell that's probably why I'm here. We're going to be walking this ridge line, and we're going to be finding ancient artifacts for Donovan and Thunderstrike Ranch. Well, are you going to tell me your name or what? What's your name? You're super cute. Look at your tongue. You just want to do nothing but play fetch all day. Huh? Go get it. That's all that dog wants to do. And this cutie just wants head pats. Yeah. Just a sweetie. Interesting night staying in the Thunderstrike cabin for the first time ever. We're going to be doing contact protocol. We're going to be doing psionics. I'm going to be looking out the window and sitting out here, and we're going to be sky watching above Blind Frog Ranch. Okay, so this is what's so crazy. Where we're at right now, if we drive back down the road and go back out the way that we came, we will wind up basically right at Skinwalker Ranch. If we just keep going up the road that we drove up to get here, we would drive right up the main road to go to Blind Frog Ranch. So we are right on the direct path of the Skinwalker. So when we came up here last time with James Keenan, Chris Bartell, and all of those guys, Mike and Greg, and we went up and we explored all up and around Blind Frog Ranch and that whole area. Part of what we were doing was following the geology and how it went down the mountain from all the way up at Blind Frog, all the way underground through the aquifers, all the way to Skinwalker Ranch. And Thunderstrike Ranch, this cabin right here, and the teepee that you can come and stay in on Airbnb are right directly on that path. And so one of the first things that I definitely want to do is go to the edge of the property line. I'm going to go up to the front gate first thing tomorrow morning. When you go out there to the front gate, follow the property line up to the ridge, and we're going to explore this whole ridge for ancient indigenous artifacts all the way up. And wherever this property goes, we're going to go check it out and see what's here. But we also need to go in and get the mupas going. The mupas. Okay, so this is the modular sensor. How cool! They've even got stickers on it now. Okay, so we got the modular sensor. And what is this? Dr. Segala has included some extra gizmos this time. What is all this? Okay. So we've got the mupas. It's our first night staying in this cabin, you guys, all by ourselves. I have no idea if it's haunted or if anything weird is going to happen. I really wish that on night one I was going to be able to have the mupas, but I don't know if there's any Wi-Fi in here. Here's a sign, but I think this is out of date. That's just like the checkout list. I don't think there's any Wi-Fi in the cabin yet, so we might have to go up to the house and set it up. We're going to have to wait for Donovan in order to plug this in. Also, if I plug it in and hook it up, I don't even know where he wants it or wants to install it. So I'll probably put it in the wrong spot. So tonight, we're just going to be going like all solo with the camera. I'm going to get the night vision out. We'll do some CE5 stuff, but it's all cloud cover really bad. Totally overcast. I woke up, I could hear something. I can hear that water dripping. But it sounded like something was like scratching, like it was like there was like a scraping noise going across the floor. Just like laying in bed right now. Something went like scraped across the floor. I got tired and laid down for just a minute, and next thing I know, it's like middle of the night and I fell asleep. So now we're ghost hunting, I guess. I don't even have a flashlight in my bed. I just using my cell phone. There's someone in here with me. Can you tap on the wall or scrape on the floor again? There's someone in here with me. Can you tap on the wall or scrape on the floor again? There's someone in here with me. Can you tap on the wall or scrape on the floor again? Might have been under the floor, like if there's a crawl space or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's better. It is 3 o'clock in the morning.
There's a window right above my head. It could have been outside. Something crawled underneath the little cabin. It might have been like a mouse or something, but it was definitely like something being dragged or scraped across the floor. It kind of sounded like underneath the floor, like, I don't know. We got to get the moo-pah set up in here though, right? What the heck? Something definitely could have just crawled underneath the little cabin here. Skies are clear. It is going to be a beautiful day today. What a perfect day to go on a field trip, hike up on the ridge, and see if we can find some ancient petroglyphs or artifacts for Thunderstrike Ranch here. So Donovan said that his father-in-law has hiked up on this ridge before, and somewhere up there there's a little spot that might be like a campsite that had flaking and signs of habitation. So that's a really good sign. If they already found some clues, then there could be a whole lot. I feel like the point of the ridge out there is very promising, and then from what I could see driving up, there's a spot where it kind of dips into a saddle, and then there's like an upper flat area. Once we get up there, we're just gonna have to get a lay of the land. But I think Donovan's getting ready to come out and join me, and then he's gonna show me around the place, and we're gonna get the full history about all of this. But he did say that Blind Frog Ranch is basically 1 mile up the road. So here we are. If you haven't watched the last video, make sure and go check that one out. This is going to be part of a whole series. Everything that we do and film on the Carl Crusher channel is all interconnected. It's all part of an ongoing story, because the truth is, I'm not storytelling. I'm just filming my real life. This is what I am doing. This is what I'm passionate about. And so this is what we're doing today. So we're up here at Thunderstrike Ranch, and what's cool about this is it's right next to Blind Frog Ranch, right up the road from Skinwalker Ranch. It's literally on the path of everything that happens. If something flies over Blind Frog Ranch, it's going to be flying right over here, over Thunderstrike Ranch. But the difference is you can't stay at Blind Frog Ranch. You can't go camp at Skinwalker Ranch. All of that is private property, but they actually have an Airbnb here. So you can stay in this cabin. You can come and rent the teepee, and you can come do your meditations. You can do your contact protocol, have your whole CE5 thing or whatever you want to do. But what's really cool is we're bringing up a MUPOS device. So we have a modular unidentified phenomena alert system that we're going to be installing, hooking up to the Wi-Fi. So if anything happens, we can actually catch the proof. And all of the public data for this sensor is going to be available through the Patreon page on Carl Crusher Patreon, on that inner circle group. Okay, Donovan's hooked up now with us. So we're gonna, this is the teepee. You're gonna deck this whole thing out now?
Yep, I'm gonna deck it out. We kind of got it decorated on the inside and furnished and stuff. And so we're gonna start renting it out too.
That's rad.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was not that easy to set up, actually.
I know, you wonder, like, it couldn't have been easy for indigenous people really doing it, and they're traveling and doing it like, yeah, constantly. You've probably had to do a ton of leveling, and
Yeah.
these are some big old poles too.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
How many acres did you get up here?
So this house is 20 right here.
Oh, okay.
It takes in this and everything like that. I bought that with my sister.
Oh,
So
cool.
we partnered up on it. And then back behind there, I bought that land and it's 70.
Holy
so
smokes.
there's 90-ish.
Wow.
Probably 80, 90 right here.
Who owns all this ridge up here?
So me and my sister own this ridge until about that. There's a fence on the very top.
Oh, okay.
Right about in the middle, and then there's a different people that live up there. But yeah, there's a little cabin up here. I'll have to show you.
Oh,
What's
nice.
in that? It's kind of scary.
Oh, really?
A little bit.
I might have to come and camp up in there. That would be
Yeah.
like a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Have you throw the
Yeah,
ball?
this is the key.
Yeah, I would guess if there's artifacts, there's going to be stuff up on that ridge and
Yeah.
those rocks up
Yeah,
there.
and we own like that whole ridge right there. So
This whole thing.
the whole thing, like all down there, up until you see that big rock sticking up.
Uh-huh.
Very far when it's burned.
Okay.
Right at the base of that is the property line.
Oh, okay. Okay. So now I know where I can go. That's probably what I'm going to be doing all day today.
Sounds good.
Hiking around.
This is a little dirty because the wind last night. That wind was crazy. But
Oh, yeah.
this is kind of what we're working.
This
with
is
here.
awesome, dude.
Yeah, furnish this teepee up a little bit, and we're gonna put a couch over in this corner. And
This is sick. So like whole groups could come up here. Like you're just up the road from Blind Frog Ranch and literally on the path of what they call the path of the Skinwalker from between Blind Frog and Skinwalker Ranch is like a whole thing of geology. And you bought a place right on top of it.
yeah,
What the heck?
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay, so this is like a part you can actually rent when people come up here too.
Yeah.
So you could actually do like
Big
big
yeah.
groups.
Yep. So that building there is a bunkhouse. So there's like 10 or 12 beds in there,
No way.
and this is a mess hall, is what we call it. So it's the meeting area and the main kitchen and everything.
So we could actually do like a whole
Big group,
experience, like
Yeah.
invite people up and do a whole group UFO
Yeah.
thing. That'd be
Maybe
rad, dude.
In the future, I want to do like a dude ranch. You know.
Yeah. Whoa, this is way bigger than I thought.
Yeah, we got balloons on the ground and stuff because of a birthday party we just had. But, you know.
Yeah. This is awesome.
Yeah. So this is the mess hall.
Like I went over to Norway to Project Hestdalen. They, for decades, the government did UFO research over there at this lake, and they had basically like a meeting hall and a lodge that was basically about this size, maybe a little bit bigger. But then everybody had to go stay like all in these random camps everywhere. It was so crazy, and you have like everything all here.
Yeah.
For like a whole group to come up and do it.
Big meeting area. There's like a commercial fridge there, so it stores
Yeah.
a whole lot of food. And
That's
then we
crazy.
should have freaking cleaned up all those balloons, but we got like a commercial stove for a bunch of cooking and a big old sink. So we can do big groups in here.
This is so cool. Here's what I'm thinking. So I did bring the modular sensor up. So we're working with Dr. Jim Segala, and we have the MUPAS device, and I have it, and it has this like extra antenna. We could literally put it in the lodge up here or anywhere that has Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
and then it'll just go 24/7. And then
Does
what's
it need to be exposed to the sky or just okay?
no, it has infrasound detectors in the little box. It can detect if a meteorite enters the atmosphere, you'll get waves and it'll catch the data.
Interesting.
So like anything, if like everybody has like a group experience or you see a UFO or everybody has a shared dream or something weird or sees a ghost, like you can get on and actually see the data, whether or not it was imaginary or not. But
interesting.
being able, I was just thinking it would be cool to do a whole like a MUPAS event here.
Yeah.
Where we had everybody who had a sensor or who was a participant in that study, we could all come and like hang out and have a party.
That'd be super cool.
Have a party.
Yeah, there's a good place for it here.
This is sick, dude. This is way cool. I had no idea all this was up here. I was thinking it was just going to be like your house in a little cabin, but this whole
we got
place
a
is
whole-
like set up for events.
It's a whole event center, really. So
Congratulations, this is way cool.
Thank you. We're excited.
And right where it's at just blows my mind. It's like destiny.
That's right.
It really is.
Right next to blind frog.
Yeah.
Storage area, you know, pantry that we
Yeah.
haven't gotten to clean up yet, and then little bathroom and shower.
No way.
Community
This
bath
is
and shower.
Freaking awesome, dude.
Out this door. We're back out here.
I'm completely surprised. I had no idea that
Yeah.
it was going to be like that cool.
It's pretty, yeah, there's a lot of different buildings up here and a lot of potential, I'd say.
Huge potential.
So, when we bought this, she left everything. And so we had to just clean up everything.
Yeah.
And it's been a project. But this is the bunkhouse.
Oh, this isn't even the same building.
No,
No, it's
it's-
just attached.
It's
Wow.
not connected, but my brother, he's a contractor, and I'm going to have him knock a hallway in between the two of these so that they can be connected.
So like this fall, there's going to be probably 300 to 500 people that are trying to come up to Vernal for Phenomicon.
Yeah. That's one of the latest dates we have booked out for that cabin. It's already booked.
Really?
Yeah.
People have already booked it.
They already
For-
booked
oh,
the cabin.
man.
But just the cabin, not
Just
any
not
of this
anything
or the
else.
TP or anything like that.
I mean, but people are so desperate to find a place to stay. They get in trouble and they're getting arrested by the reservation cops because they
Oh,
go
no.
try and camp by Bottle Hollow and they don't
Really?
know every year. Every year, people have no idea where to go. So this
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
way
you
cool.
you gotta watch yourself.
Yeah, you can't even pull off the road there or they'll bust you.
No, well, and this is down here, this land that borders it,
Yeah.
all the way down, that's all reservation.
No way.
So, yeah.
Down here?
So this whole pivot and this big field right here,
Yeah.
that's all reservation. All those cows are
Oh, wow.
Indian cows. And then on the north side here, all of that is BLM. So there's no private land around here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you're surrounded. And so basically, this is all reservation land. And then it goes up to BLM. And then you've got Dwayne Ollinger and Blind Frog going up the canyon.
Yep.
And then to the north of him, my friend Mike owns all the rights to the land, mining rights, mineral rights to go up there too.
Cool.
So literally anything that happens, we could.
Yeah, it's all right in one path.
Yes.
Yeah.
So cool.
Still got a lot of work to do. We're hoping to make it pretty nice.
Well, this was like the whole dream at Mount Wilson, like, because it was there, it was legitimately where like the Skinwalker team, when Bigelow owned it, he owned both of those properties simultaneously. But the huge thing that everybody runs into is for anybody normal like us to go to try and visit Skinwalker Ranch. You can't. It's like all private. If you want to go to Blind Frog Ranch, you can't. You can't even get close. They'll just call the cops on you.
Right.
But you can get right up to the front gates here.
Yeah, you
You're
can
literally
come on.
right in the middle, and you could bring a huge group and camp,
Yeah.
and they can't say shit.
Go explore.
They can't say anything.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
we've
excited.
got this little building here that a little more. It's got real windows. The door's a little.
Oh yeah.
weird, but like it's like a actual building.
So you're gonna convert this one all into another cabin.
We're gonna
Oh,
make it
sick.
pretty nice because it's got real windows. It's
The
got
potential in
electricity.
here is really cool.
Yeah. So it's gonna take a little bit of work, but I think we might convert this into another Airbnb cabin.
That would be cool.
I don't know. We got a lot of ideas, not a lot of time. So
Sure. And honestly, this kind of crowd, the UFO, like paranormal crowd, are not picky.
yeah.
Too. They will literally rough it because they just want to have the experience and be there.
Yeah. Well, and we got see if I have any pictures on my phone, but we can go look at it too. We got a big porch built up in that hill, on that hill, overlooking everything.
Oh,
And we rent that out as a campsite. We had somebody staying up there this weekend,
oh, rad.
so it's pretty cool. Let me see if I have any.
Yeah, this potential is just crazy up here. I can't believe the location you've got, and it's just so beautiful.
Yeah, we love it. And it's away from like town stuff. It's pretty awesome.
That's way cool. Okay, wait, you just said we're going to a cabin that has something creepy in
Yeah, a
it?
little old cabin, and we saw it over here, and we were just coming over here like a week ago and see what it was, and you'll see what it is, but it kind of It's really odd. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it's a skinwalker. So
Is it like bones, or I guess you're just gonna have to
you'll just have to see.
see?
Yeah.
Oh no. Am I about to get pranked or something? No.
No, I'm not pranking you.
Yeah, no pranking allowed, right? All right, we'll see. It's got like a whole fire pit seating area.
Yeah.
This place is so cool, man. This is right where you would do the meditations where everybody like tries to synchronize their minds and see UFOs.
That'd be awesome.
This would be the spot to do it right here.
No kidding. So while we were up here exploring, we noticed this box that was buried
What?
in here. And when I went and checked it out, I found a whole set of bones in there.
No way.
And they're covered in blankets.
Well, there's wrapped blankets and
It's
bones
wrapped
in
in blankets and it has shoes on.
there? Have you looked in there more?
I have looked in it a little bit, yeah. Tried not to disturb it too much, but
Are you
no,
kidding me?
no, go look at it. We can go over there.
Donovan,
It's freaking creepy, actually.
you've got a body buried in here or something?
Skinwalker.
A skinwalker?
Yeah.
And you didn't put this here.
I didn't put this here. No, we found it.
You know my no faking rule, right?
No, you can tell that that's been there for a minute. So, but yeah, you can go see.
It feels funny. I feel like apprehensive.
It's weird, huh? When I found it and I walked over there and I looked in that box and there was this big old bone in there. I'm like, what the frick is that? And then I start digging around a little bit and found this massive, let's see what it is.
Oh my god, it's like a burial box, man.
And if you go a little bit to the side there, you can see it's not a person.
Bro, this is creepy as hell, dude.
Yeah, let me get in there.
This is really creepy, man. I wasn't expecting this on the menu today, bro.
Yeah.
It's a dead dog.
You see that skull?
It's a dog.
That's a massive dog skull, though.
That's like a big coyote or something.
Massive, and it's wrapped in a blanket. It's got shoes on its feet,
Why does it have
like dog shoes on its feet. You know. I don't know if I can find its foot.
There's the legs down there. Oh god, dude. It has socks on its feet. Like a person.
See all that fur down there, right to the side of that too.
That looks like
It's a big old dog.
that's a big old dog. Socks on its feet. That is super random, man.
It is very random, but yeah, we were over here exploring and I went over there and I saw a bone in there. I'm like, we're gonna have to call the freaking police. And then there's a person in here.
For real. Like, and for where your property is, like, and how old this little cabin is.
Yeah.
I mean, this sweater doesn't look too old. It looks like 80s,
Yeah.
90s. Somebody may have buried a pet dog or something, but still, why is it wearing like people shoes and
It's-
socks, man?
It's massive. It's got a big old
This
head.
is huge. Dude, that is one of the creepiest things I've seen in a long time. What the hell, dude?
So we think it's a skinwalker.
What? Yeah, that's about as like why is it in a box with people clothes? Like
Yeah.
it's wearing a jacket and socks,
Somebody really, really liked their dog.
I guess. They left it for us now. It's like super creepy though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gotta get.
I can't believe that was probably super spooky to find that.
It was. I thought for real we were gonna have to call the police because I thought it was a person.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It was wrapped up like that.
That is creepy, man. Yeah, wow, what a find. Yeah, it does look like there's a mattress, but that's like a baby mattress. That's like a
Yeah, just a little
like a little crib. But yeah, metal detecting up here would be crazy because if there's a box buried in the floor there, I mean there could be other stashes, and there could be other boxes buried around the property. So metal detecting. And also if there's an old cabin up here, there was probably an outhouse. And if you find the old outhouses metal detecting, you can dig those up.
Oh, really?
And sometimes they're full of like old bottles that are worth hundreds of dollars and stuff, or coins that fell in. Like
Really?
people throw stuff down there all the time that's now worth a lot. But they didn't think it was.
You just have to dig through all the other stuff to get
There are people that do nothing but look for old outhouse holes.
Really?
Yeah, and dig them up.
It's gonna be bought by gold miners.
So some gold miners were up here and they were gonna buy it.
Yep, they were gonna buy it, and so they had a contract on it and everything, and then it ended up falling through. But they did a whole bunch of like experiments and like ground penetrating radar and stuff like that, and they said they found shafts running through all of that through there, and then like an entrance to a gold mine that collapsed around the corner here. And so they were doing a whole bunch of experiments up here while they were trying to buy it, and so then they've still been trying to buy it every now and again, but then it never ended up happening. We came in and bought it.
So you could have actual LiDAR tunnel systems up here.
Yeah. They said that they so this winter I met them up here. They were up here doing experiments, and I had bought that 70 acres in the back.
Yeah.
And so I was up here working, and they came up and were doing some experiments, and they said that a lot of those tunnels run in this ridge and go to that property in the back, which I owned at the time. And so they were still trying to buy this to mine gold out of it. So
Wow.
but yeah, so I'll show you kind of the entrance to the mine that they said was here and everything like that. But it'd be cool to get some of that ground penetrating radar.
So I'm actually in a contract and partners with a team called Terra Exploration Group.
Really?
And we did all the ground penetrating radar and LiDAR for the History Channel for like
really?
3-4 years, and a lot for Skinwalker Ranch and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so I just partnered with them, and they've just invented a new portable unit that you can carry in a backpack.
Oh,
and
wow.
so I'll just have to make a couple phone calls and see if we can get them out here.
That'd be awesome.
Because if we got a group together, like of people that wanted to come up, if we did like an event, then that would be part of it. Like people that came and wanted to stay here, they would be helping fund for the LiDAR scans and all that stuff so that we could get this work done. That's cool.
But yeah, to get some of that ground penetrating radar and stuff and look through here, I want to know if they were actually finding stuff or if they never found anything.
Well, if the guys at Blind Frog Ranch are not lying and they have actually found stuff too, then it's probably all connected.
Yeah, well, they're like a mile or two that way as the crow flies, like not very far.
It's right over the hill.
Right over the hill.
Wow, look at all this.
Yeah, so I'll show you over here first.
This is amazing, Donovan. I had no idea what was going on up here.
Yeah, pretty neat little place.
I was like, cool, he's got a place with a little cabin. We'll go up and see what's there. And then freaking tunnels underground.
Yeah.
LiDAR and buried skinwalker dogs dressed in human clothes in a box in the ground. Like
Everything. So this is, the gold hunters were saying that this is like they were thinking it's like a sorting table, so they would put it up and they'd sort the different rocks on it and stuff.
it looks like it.
It's got inscriptions on it I've never seen. Reich and Reich. Whatever that means.
Is that a date? What does that say? Niebuhr?
Something like that, yeah.
Reckon.
It's a W, I think.
Weber. Oh yeah. Grass is still in the way. Weber.
Zip and Weber. Yeah, so anyway, look, this is a sorting table.
Yeah, they could probably dump loads onto the table.
Always in the cabin here.
Man, this is like a metal detecting paradise up here. Have you done any of that yet? You've only lived here a couple weeks.
Couple weeks. We're still trying to get it fixed up, and the lady we bought it from, she left a couple metal detectors in the shop there, so we want to try to do that. But there's a few little rock paths through here.
Yeah.
And then up in the hill a little bit. This is old farm stuff, you know.
Yeah, a whole lift. What is that, a hay lift?
Yeah, hay lift and old rock feeder. It's cool to look at.
The type of sandstone you got running up here is really good for petroglyphs, so the chances are high.
Good. I mean, this whole ridge is just lined with cliffs.
Yeah, it's ideal kind of
And
stone.
also snakes, so
Yes, sir.
watch out.
Rattles. Yeah.
So this right here is what they thought was the mine entrance.
Oh, yeah, I can see why. Look at the cable.
And so the lady we bought it from, after they told her it was a mine entrance, she took her backhoe attachment and she started digging on it. That's why it's dug up. But this cable was in the ground, actually. It was running into the ground. Right
So
there.
she's probably is here.
Yeah, and so I think she pulled it out. But it broke it and pulled it out. But it was running into the ground, and they thought that cable ran into the mine shaft and down, and they would use that as a pulley system up. You know?
And that's not any lightweight cable.
Yeah, that's old stuff.
Wow. This place is crazy. Yeah, this totally feels like a
Could be a mine shaft.
mine entrance. And then even sometimes sifting around through this stuff, there is a spot almost exactly like this on Blind Frog Ranch.
Really?
And I would bet you this next season of the TV show, they're going to get into it. But they dug in a little ways and it was loaded full of Ute beads.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, but this is all mining stuff.
Yeah, it's all mine.
Totally different. This feels like it would be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you got a cable coming out of the ground, that's pretty much a good sign.
And then they kind of abandoned that for a second, and then they brought a submarine drone while I was here over to this well.
Underwater drone.
Yeah. It was pretty cool. Oh my word, that's where all my freaking water's coming.
It's leaking out of there, huh?
Yeah.
You got a leak in your cistern or something?
That's gonna suck. That hydrant's cracked, and so it's
Uh-oh.
running water.
Seeping up.
Frick. No, you don't have to dig it up.
All the shit you find when you buy a new place, huh?
Yeah, it's all cracked, and we've been losing water pressure. So there's actually that house right there is owned by somebody else. That was part of the same property, but she split it up,
Oh.
and so that house is owned by somebody else. And so we all run off the same well, and they have had no water pressure. So
This is probably why. Huh?
so this is like the winch and the pulley system.
Oh, yeah.
For that cable. And then in here is
They dropped a drone down in there.
the well that they were super excited about.
This place is wild, dude.
Yeah, it's a
This is like Goonies adventure all built into one property.
I don't know if you can see, but the water down there is probably 50 feet.
Oh, yeah.
And the gold miner people were saying that they think that shafts are full of water, and that's why they stopped mining here. Kind of like Blind Frog, they couldn't keep the water.
They got
out.
flooded up, yeah.
They couldn't keep. The
I
water
also
out.
know people that have the type of pumps that is not a problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Major pumps, huh?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I've worked with lots of people that are capable of doing all this stuff.
I'll drop this down. You can kind of see.
Yeah, I can see the light at the bottom reflecting.
And then it apparently goes another 40 or 50 feet below that. So they dropped that drone down there, and we're looking for shafts off the side to see if this was actually a mine.
Yeah.
But
Like this could have been a mine entrance that was connected
yeah,
over to the tunnel over there.
yeah, I don't think they found anything, and I think if they found something, they wouldn't have told me.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, they would not tell you.
So if they did find something, but it's a little weird. Like I've never even seen this before.
They would have had this up here for that pulley.
Right. That's
And
what I
the
was
cable,
thinking.
so they would have been low. They definitely would have. This is a mine shaft, not a well. You're right.
That's what I was.
This is for they were. This is so that they could have put that winch system above the roof.
Yeah.
The same stuff was going on at the well house at Mount Wilson in Nevada.
Really.
Yeah, in the chicken coop in there, we found sealed holes in the floor that were capped with manhole covers, like miniature manhole covers. And then in the ceiling of the chicken coop were these random holes that were cut like this. Yeah, like they were actually going deep into the ground or something like that.
Interesting. Huh.
But wouldn't
They
that?
just converted it into a chicken coop.
Yeah, I mean, they just had a lift. Look at this big pulley. This was probably up on the roof. You know.
Yeah. Big old thing.
So that is it. Probably flooded up with water, but that's probably a mine entrance.
They thought for sure it could have been a mine entrance.
And it's right there from that
When
cable.
They put that drone down there. We were here, because I own this side over here, and the property line's right through here. And
Okay.
so I asked them. I just asked if they found anything, and they told me no. But also, if they found something, they wouldn't have told me.
They wouldn't have
so,
told you. No way.
Yeah, this is an old thing from 1947. It has a date on it there, so not super old, but that was poured way back in the day, probably when they were mining. I'm interested to see if
Do you know who it was?
I
Like, have you
don't.
looked into the ownership at that time?
I don't.
Because when we did that in Nevada, we uncovered all kinds of secret government contracts.
Really
Yeah, for all kinds of mysterious stuff.
interesting.
And this is all feeling so familiar, like the same formula.
Same thing
It's
as that.
super weird. Yeah, it really is.
Interesting. I might have water in here too. Looks like it's
looks
bubbling
wet.
up a little bit. I don't want to dig that whole freaking line up, but I might have to. Anyway, I don't even know what this was, but big little concrete bunker.
Yeah, big pipe coming off. Crazy. So that's the other thing we haven't even mentioned yet. Not only can everybody come up here and camp and stay in the bunkhouse and the lodge and the cabin or the teepee, but it's a beef farm.
Yeah.
You can actually get like actual steaks and everything. So you can order it all. Is it still on your Thunderstrike Ranch website?
Lightning Springs.
Lightning Springs. Oh, you got Thunderstrike is this one.
Thunderstrike is this specific property.
This property, and then Lightning Springs is for the beef.
And we're hoping that we got a fridge and stuff we're gonna set up inside that cabin, so that we can offer like beef straight out of there. So
Straight
you can just
out.
buy it straight out of the cabin. So,
You could put like even a little mini vending machine, so it's like
yeah,
swipe a card and get a
that would be
T-bone
awesome. Yeah.
for the grill.
And have a grill out front, and you can go to town on it.
That would be so cool.
They're coming to say hi.
Hi, ladies. Hello.
Oh, freak. That one picked up a limp.
Yeah, it's struggling, hasn't it? A little bit labored on the front left there.
Yeah. That's the thing out here on the range. I mean, it's hard on them. They have to be real
rugged.
hardy cows. They're not babied at all. So that's why I think grass-fed beef's superior to
Give me the sales pitch.
grain-fed. Like if you look out there, they're not eating anything not natural. It's all everything that they can forage. So it's about as natural as you can get it. And so we have this here, and then right past this BLM, we run cows on the national forest. The Ashley National Forest. It's about 20,000 acres. And so, I mean, they
As wild and natural as you can get
wild
your,
as you
your
can
beef.
get, yeah. So there's no additives, nothing like that. All just pure beef,
Yes.
which is lacking in a lot of things nowadays.
It honestly is. I don't talk about it a lot anymore, but I actually got started on YouTube because I was 400 pounds and I went on a whole weight loss journey, and part of how I accomplished it was doing the carnivore diet.
Yeah.
So eating just meat, like almost strictly just meat. And the cleaner the meat and the better the meat and where you get it is like you're honoring yourself and nature and the cow and everything by respecting yourself in that way. So
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's awesome.
They're getting some water there.
Yeah, look at that.
Better go get their trough turned on.
Plus, you know, you're eating meat that was happy
Yeah.
its
yeah.
whole life. You're not eating some hamburger that was like
in a corral.
in a corral its whole life and deprived of
Yeah.
its natural.
A lot of those animals in those feedlots, they have to constantly give antibiotics. 'Cause they're
Constantly
so
pumping
sick.
them full of pills and injections
And they
and
give
stuff.
them
And
the hormones in their feed and
yeah,
everything like that. So
just to make up for what they're not getting out in the wild.
right, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, for sure.
So,
So cool. So we'll put the links for all that down in the description for both to come stay up here and also to order some beef online.
come out, ride horses, and go cowboy with us up there on
Yeah.
the national forest. I think that'd be a really cool thing to do.
That would be fun. Just, yeah, if people could go horseback riding and explore the terrain and
Yeah.
or bring their own horses up.
Right, yeah, that'd be awesome too. Give them a little bit of a cowboy experience.
Hi.
That's honey. This is fancy.
Honey and fancy.
Yep.
So beautiful.
Gorgeous horses.
These are buckskins.
Buckskins.
Yeah.
She's technically a dun.
A dun. Yeah.
A buckskin dun, you'd call it. It's just because she's got a stripe down her back, so
Oh yeah. Okay.
there's pretty much no difference.
Hi, honey.
Then this is Hercules.
Oh yeah, I see.
He's a wild one.
It's got this brown stripe down your back.
I got quite a few videos on my Instagram of that horse throwing me.
This is the one?
This is the
I've
one.
seen those videos. Grade mare, talented, athletic, a little nervy, intermediate to experienced, people only. For sale, not on sale.
Yeah.
Hi, Hercules.
I get along with him pretty good.
He's pretty. Look at that blonde hair. Look at that blonde hair. You are gorgeous.
Yeah, they're enjoying life up here.
This is beautiful, yeah.
This is Copper. He's not as friendly as the other one.
Yeah.
He'd be nice to go, huh? About as wild as you can get it.
Yeah, what beautiful country. Look at that view. Wow.
There's right up on that hill, there's a reservoir. So there's a road that goes around here, the BLM road, and there's a reservoir, a BLM reservoir there, and great place to go swimming, just right up there. And this weekend we rode dirt bikes up there and went swimming up there. It was super fun. So there's a lot of stuff to do around here.
That's way cool. How far is it to Steinecker Lake? That's just to the east, right?
Yeah, it's to the east. It's probably 45 minutes. Yeah, you're about 35 to Vernal, and then probably 45 to Steinecker.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Perfect spot for UFO watching. And you can totally see up to Blind Frog almost. It's crazy. So yeah, you could come camp on this.
Yeah, great view of the whole valley there.
We might have to come up here tonight and skywatch.
That'd be awesome.
Hey, there's a hammock stand there too.
Yeah.
I even brought a hammock. Maybe we'll sleep up here.
There you go. That one's all kind of old, so you probably don't want to use that one. But yeah, if you have a hammock.
I have a hammock I could just string up. Take that one off.
Yeah, there you go. Right here, before all that rain washed it away, there was a bunch of ashes right here that he had dug up. And so he found chippings of arrowheads. right here, and then he found a grindstone and the grind freaking rock, you know.
Oh,
So-
the like the matate stone and the
yes,
pestle.
yes. He found 2 of those, and then he found arrowhead chippings. One of them was obsidian,
You know, this
which is super cool. He said obsidian.
this actually might be an old mine entrance, or like an old ancient one here.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, but
We dug that a little bit, sifting, which is probably what it looks like that, and also that runoff kind of changed.
there was a bunch of flaking right here.
There was arrowhead flakes, and I can get them and show you, but one of them was obsidian, and he said he doesn't find obsidian arrowheads very often.
Man,
It's hard.
you'll never be able to tell with the pottery here.
Every single rock.
Every
is
single
just-
rock looks like pottery here. This is probably one of the most challenging pottery sites, if there is pottery, because everything natural looks like pottery.
Yes, it is.
But the ash here,
Yeah, it's kind of gone now, but we dug up a little bit and sifted through it, and there was a whole bunch of ash.
you can see it. It's like charcoal in there. So at Blind Frog, this is probably going to come out in the new season. There's ash layer like this, and the ash layer is where they find these tiny little Ute beads.
Oh, really?
So I'm just curious,
There's beads in there.
like,
It'd be really cool to sift this whole area. And
you really could, yeah.
see what they're in.
This whole hillside here, kind of, you could dig out and look. Boy, I can't see any. It's so hard to tell. There's got to be stuff up here, though.
Yeah, I don't know how he finds arrowheads so
It's crazy.
so easily.
Yeah, this is.
That an arrowhead? Maybe not. It looked like it from a distance.
You're good. This is flaking. Oh, these little cactuses are nasty. That is definitely. This is. Tool making, yeah. So what I would do is literally follow right down where the water goes, and then look where stuff catches on the turns. And then what you can come and do also is you can actually drive sticks into the sand, and then when it rains you come back up, and somehow the arrowheads will gather around and point their tips at the sticks. And they'll do that on shores, on rivers, and
Really?
and creeks and lakes too. Yeah, you can drive a stake into the ground and then come back in like 3 days, and if there's anything there, there's arrowheads pointing at it.
Oh, about 4, 5, 6 inches. That's it. There's our stick. I don't know exactly what's going on here. It's a scientific phenomenon, but I'm thinking it has something to do with the current going up and down, the waves, and the sandy soil and mud. I'm not sure. You could tell me if you could figure it out. Another piece of pottery and a little blade. That really nice blade, and our triangle.
Yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of stuff down through
I'm
here.
sure. Yeah.
So hard to tell. That's obviously not one, but like everything looks.
Everything looks like it is, yeah. But it's worth looking, because if there is stuff up here. Little critter bones.
It's not that brittle sandstone. That's a different rock.
Right. That's definitely flaking though. Yeah, there could definitely be artifacts up here.
So there's the whole lay of the land. Here's the ridge. There's the mine shaft and everything. Wow. So has anybody done any extensive like looking for artifacts yet?
Nothing. No.
Okay.
My father-in-law, he came up here and he
Found out.
but it was probably half an hour. He
Sure.
just looked around for half an hour and found a couple things. And I'll have to send you like a picture or something of what he found. He found a couple of those grindstones and then some chips and stuff. So
Yeah, cool.
yeah.
Well, there must have been people up here then.
Yeah, I think right here for sure there were definitely a campsite or something.
So you were just saying there was a smelter, an old Spanish mine down here?
Yep. So right off the road, probably 10 feet. It's almost on top of the road. In between that saddle there,
Yeah.
through the creek, there's an old Spanish smelter there. So that's where they would go and take the gold and melt it down and refine it, right in that creek, so that they had the water to cool it down. But the history, they say, is because they would feed all their animals in this big meadow here, and then they would mine this ridge for gold,
Right.
and then they would take it down there where there's water, and they would refine it and everything like that. So there's a Spanish smelter right there. So there had to been a lot of Spaniards
Right there.
right here doing all this stuff that they do, you know.
So wait, you're saying that they were mining this whole ridge that we're standing on and then taking it down right there through that gap to smelt it?
Yep. There's a whole herd
Holy
of elk
crap.
running through over there.
Right now?
Yeah, they're far. They're over there on the reservation. They just went behind the trees, but. Yeah.
Randy Lewis is one of the old-time prospector. I met him back in the 80s, 90s, and he's a wealth of information. He's agreed to share some with us. But he's also started his own YouTube channel and got some great information on there, so you've got to go to his channel and see some of this stuff. But one of the things we're going to talk about today is the Utah, the Kerry Shanob, which is, I'll let Randy explain it, but he's got a video giving the exact GPS coordinates is where he's pinpointed from him talking to the old timers and what's going on. And so with that, Randy, tell us the story and how you came to the conclusions where you got your information, and also how this ties in with Blind Frog Ranch. Any of them people that know about Blind Frog Ranch, take it away.
Well, I used to spend a lot of time up around Paradise up in there and going over all the old stories up there, and that's another story. But anyway, I used to stop in and see old A.C. Wilkerson on my way up there, and I used to stop in and say hi about every time I went up there. I'd stop in and see old A.C. and right when he was getting in his last years, we used to talk. We used to get serious about things, and the reason he would talk to me is because he knew all the old history about Hassenbrook and stuff, and he knew I was the great-grandson, and so he opened up to me about a lot of things about that area up there because of who I was. But anyway, I went up there talking to him one time, and I says, you know, AC, not too far, but we were up there on his ranch, and there was a place up on the first spring where he used to do a lot of camping up in there in his later years, and that's where I used to find him in his trailer down there by that spring. And anyway, I walked in there one time, and we were talking, and I says, you know, AC, you're not too far from a Spanish mine where we're sitting right now. I says, if you look over to the south there and look up, there's a road that goes up there, and it goes right down into an old Spanish mine right there. And he says, how did you know about that? And I says, well, it's on one of the old maps I have, and I figured you already knew where it was because you've lived here most of your life. And he says, yeah, we've done really well out of that old mine. And I says, yeah, I bet you have. And he says, but in the last years, he says, I was able to do a lot more research and decided that the old Kerry Shanob is not too far from here. And I says, yeah, I figured that about right. I said, I've looked at the old Aaron Daniels map quite a bit and studied it, and I'm thinking if I start talking to you about it, you'll know exactly where I'm at because you've walked it. So most of the time when you know things is because you've walked it and you know every rock on the way there. And I said, if you go up past this spring and go up past the next spring, and then you get to the bottom of that real steep mountain right there, and go straight up that mountain right to the top of the ridge, you'll be on the exact same trail as old Aaron Daniels was taken back when he was taken there by the Indians. And he says, that's exactly right. And I says, well, if you get along the top of that ridge and you start going towards the west there and keep going on the top of that ridge and go all the way to the other side, you'll be walking on the same trail as the old Aaron Daniels was when he was on the back of that horse. And I said, if you look at that, you can see everything on that old map is right there, right where we're walking on the top of that ridge. And he says, yeah, you're exactly right. And I says, you can look from that ridge over to the White Cliffs, and you can see up over into Spring Creek, and you can see where the old cedars were, and you can see where the old gold nuggets used to be, and then you can see down in the bottom where those two ridges run, and then you can see right where the old Carrie Shanob used to be. And I says, that's exactly right, AC. That's the same way I see it. And he says, you're right. That's the where it is. And said, I've never had gone down in there and opened that up because I think it'd be real hard to find, but he says that's exactly where it's at. And so anyway, with that, old AC and I determined that was probably where the Carrie Shanob was, and that if you look at the map and go through all the details, you can see that it matches everything old Aaron Daniels said right to the T. And so anyway, I've got that video on my website, and you can follow the trail and see everything, and you can look at the geology of it, and you can see why it's there. And that I'm thinking if you get down lower towards the Blind Frog Ranch, you can see why they're really excited about that area, because it's right on the outskirts of all that volcanic activity back then, and you'll probably see some of the things that they're seeing and know why it's there. But if you look at the geology and see how the old volcanic went up through there and pushed up the batholiths and all that kind of stuff, you'll see why why they're finding stuff down in Blind Frog Ranch. I'm not too familiar with Blind Frog Ranch. I've never been there, but I know it's real close to where all of the activity is.
Yeah, there's like 30
Wow.
running by.
So you have no idea, have you even tried to look where they were mining here? I mean, other than
No.
that spot right down there?
No, we've only been here for 2 weeks, so like we're still trying to get all the buildings fixed up and everything like that. There's a lot of work that goes into it. It's kind of been let go.
That's why you
for a couple of
asked me to
years.
come up here and run around.
Exactly. The professional artifact finder.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll do my best.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there's a bunch of history like of gold and stuff. There's multiple, like a bunch of books that I've read written about the Spanish mining gold here, and especially up in the high Uintas where we run cows. And while we've been running cows, we've run into, I mean, all kinds of Spanish markings on trees and big sinkholes and different. We found a man-made cave that they chipped out of the rock, and so maybe we'll have to go show you.
That would be amazing. Yeah, all of
Look,
that.
you can see them running through the gap right there. There's 3 of them right through the gap of that hill.
I might be looking in the wrong spot.
Up in the wild stuff. To the
Oh,
more. They're running
okay.
North to south. Yeah, they're going. There's a lot of like. That's another thing we're trying to do here is, like hunting around here, like a hunting cabin, a hunting lodge, if you want to come stay and then hunt up here in the Uinta Mountains.
Right.
And then we're gonna get some snowmobiles, so in the winter you can come up here and snowmobile up there and everything like that. And so
Wow, that would be awesome.
just a bunch of potential.
Look how beautiful it is. Look at your horses down there walking out into the meadow. Oh my gosh, this place is magical.
Majestic. But one of the stories she told us is that when she lived here, her son, when they just first moved here, her son was out walking around, I think this area probably right here, because she said it was close to this mine shaft, and he was walking around and he came across a Indian in a full headdress and everything like that, and he was
shaman
just out here, probably. I don't know what it was. I can't remember if she said it was like a actual person or if it was like a spirit or what, but it freaked him out and he went back.
He saw a
That's what he said.
full dressed Native American out here.
Yeah. Dressed up like that.
Well, the whole reason I went and stopped is the amount of times that I've like run into that exact thing.
Really?
Yeah. When somebody newly possesses a property where there's burials, that's super common.
They run into a shaman.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, spirit guard. That's the Skinwalker, dude.
Huh.
If you have good intentions, then you have a perfectly fine experience. But if you're here for other
Bad
things, or
reasons.
just to just pillage the land for money and get the gold out of it and leave or whatever, like some big corporation, then you're going to have problems.
Yeah, well, that's not what we're doing. So hopefully he likes us.
Right, exactly. Well, that's amazing. That's wow.
Yeah, so she had a couple of experiences like that where they were just like.
Did he describe what it looked like?
No, and I'm probably not the best one to tell this story because I couldn't really give you a accurate depiction of what the story actually
But
is.
actually, like a full feathered headdress.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like dressed up like, you know, the old days. He wasn't like dressed up in just modern clothes or anything like that.
Like a ghost out here.
Something, yeah. Like either a spirit or I don't know, somebody doing something. So.
Well, I wouldn't imagine it was somebody doing something, you know, unless it was someone from the reservation. It's the only way. But why would they be dressed like that out here in old traditional garb?
Right.
Like, yeah, that's wild. That is all Skinwalker stuff, man.
So we actually own this whole hill right here. That there's a T-post set right up there that you can kind of by the road. That's the property line that way, and then it takes it that way.
So all the way up to that hill?
Yeah, ish.
Oh,
so
okay.
These guys here, they own 5 acres that's cut out right here.
Mm.
This hill right here we own. So if you want to explore that,
I can go like under the power lines, basically.
under so pretty much the power line that way is ours.
Okay.
And then the T-post down. So
Okay.
It like cuts out 5 acres. But the people who were gonna buy it to mine gold, this is what they were gonna buy. They were gonna buy this hill. After I had bought this property, they were gonna buy this hill, because that's what they were super interested in it. So
Gotcha.
there might be some stuff over that way.
Man, I'm still thinking about the shaman figure.
Yeah.
He was just standing out here by the mine, kind of.
She said by the mine, and I hope I'm giving the accurate depiction of the story because I heard it like third hand, you know.
Sure.
But,
Most of the stories are. But what's crazy is that they end up coming back. So when I was going up to Mount Wilson in Nevada, we heard rumors about how Bigelow was like sleeping in one of the rooms, and he woke up and the shaman figure was standing by his bed and leaning over, looking him right in the face, and told him to get out. Literally told him to leave the property. Whoa. And Bigelow woke up the next day and was all panicked and was telling everybody that he saw the ghost of the shaman, that he was all freaked out, and it told him to leave. And me and Jeff thought that was just like a story, like urban legend, you know?
Yeah.
But then a guy from the phone company came up to the place and talked to us, and he was there working on the phone lines on the day that it happened.
Really?
And said he was there when Bigelow came out in the morning, was freaking out, and that he was going around telling everybody that he had seen a full-blown fully dressed Native American
Wow.
standing in the room that told him to leave.
That's crazy.
And then he, within like 6 months, had the place for sale and then sold it to Jeff.
Right here.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. That's crazy.
But right here, I mean, yeah, if there's old ruins up here or burials, then it's definitely going to be protected, you know?
Yeah. That's crazy that it happens. The same story happens all over the place.
Yeah, it's the whole legend of the Skinwalker, how they would, a certain person or entity or shaman or whatever would devote his soul to be a guardian of the land.
Wow.
And so they just hang out here forever. However that works. Donovan just walked me around, told me about the sightings of a shaman figure in the valley back over there. There's abandoned Spanish mines up here. The gap in the mountains right behind me right there is actually where they used to smelt the gold that they would mine out of the hills right behind me. And inside of this box in here is the weirdest thing. But what I want to do today is explore around everything and look for carved names. We're going to look for indigenous artifacts. We're going to look for actual clues about who was here, because one of the things that Donovan doesn't know about Thunderstrike Ranch is the whole history and how far it goes back. We know that there was the Spanish mining. There's definitely indigenous people, and we already have found flaking and artifacts of that nature up on the hill. But they have only been here for like 2 weeks. They have no idea who owned it before. They don't know if there was any government research done up here. Skinwalker Ranch is literally right over the mountains that way. Blind Frog Ranch is 1 mile over the mountain that way. When you climb up to the top of this hill, you can see Blind Frog Ranch, where that entire Discovery Channel TV show is filmed. So we're right here in the middle, right over there in that pasture where you can see the cows grazing, and down in the gap in the mountains there is all Native American reservation land. And then everything to the north is all public lands. So I can even go explore up there all the way up to the borders of Blind Frog Ranch. That's how crazy this is. So there's a little lizard crawling around. Let me show you. Is there more stuff buried in here? Look at that cute little lizard. Okay, so we're going to look around inside this old torn down cabin. Let's see if we can find any names carved, any historical information. It's weird that there's like rocks on top. It would be really fascinating to come up here and metal detect all of this, right? Don't you think? And this mattress looks like it belonged for like a crib. Or maybe it was a cushion on a couch. Like a love seat. Maybe there was a chair in there. Okay, let's go back in here. Now we filmed in here earlier, but we were basically running through the whole property, getting the grand tour of all the facilities for groups to come up here and stay in the cabin. You can stay in the teepee. You can stay in there's like whole bunkhouses and lodges. In fact, there's a whole event that I would love to do up here. I kind of think it would be really fun for a bunch of you to rent the bungalows and the other rooms up here, and then we do a whole thing up here over Phenomicon. So this fall, like in September, there is a whole group that's coming up here, and the guys from the team from Skinwalker Ranch are going to be there, a whole bunch of people. And so we could do an entire event right up here, and this would be like probably the best location ever, because you can't get into Skinwalker Ranch, you can't get into Blind Frog, but you can totally come up here to Thunderstrike Ranch, and you can camp and stay, and it's like right in the middle of all of it. Like, I kind of can't even believe that I'm here right now. After working all of the places that I've been, the stuff that's here at this property and where we're gonna go even right now today in this video is just mind-blowing. And the stories that Donovan told me, it's like
you would think that there's only one place like this, like Skinwalker Ranch is it, you know? Like everything is going on there, but I'm telling you right now, there's so much here. Abandoned mine shafts, Spanish gold smelting spots right over there, and abandoned mines that nobody even knows where they are. Like we could go find an entrance to an old abandoned Spanish mine and there could be artifacts in it. That could happen this afternoon. Like anything is possible. Literally anything is possible up here. I'll tell you what, I've never seen a dog buried in a box like this. I've never seen a dog buried in a box, dressed in human clothes. Why is it fully dressed? Like a person. It's even got a sock on its foot there, right? I mean, the rational explanation is somebody's family pet and they buried it up here in this old cabin in the box, wrapped it in a jacket. First thing Donovan said is it was like totally, he thought it was something to do with skinwalkers, because it's like a dead dog dressed in people clothes. I've never seen that. That was weird. Just looking around in here. There's a spoon. You gotta really watch out for snakes. Just like a spoon in here. This used to all be part of the roof here. Get in here a little bit more, see if I can stand up. I don't see any names carved inside of here, or dates or anything. Look at that. What the hell? That is creepy, you guys. That is creepy. That's like a whole coffee can. See that? I don't know what that is. It's buried in there. It's like a big coffee can or syrup container or something. I kind of want to hike up there, start looking for petroglyphs on the ridge. Right? Sleep good, little buddy. That is creepy. I'm having such a good time on this trip. I feel like I've finally put in the time and the hours into doing these kinds of field expeditions to where I feel confident. I'm no longer like apprehensive when I hear all the stories or when we find things that could be spooky. I just am filled with confidence and filled with gratitude. And like, it's just amazing to be able to come up here and do this. I feel really grateful that Donovan and his family are trusting me to come up here and help explore the history and the legacy of this place, because really, I mean, if I find something today that they've never discovered before,
then it could rewrite the whole history of this whole property for the family and what it means for them and for all of us and for you. I mean, we could uncover anything up here. But we're up at the top now. And I just took a minute to kind of sit and recenter myself. Hiking around, I've got everything on my head and all these plans in my mind. It's important to remember to sit down and just like meditate and connect with the land. Feel that gratitude. Set your intentions in the right way so that your mind and your spirit, the reasons for being here are all for the right reasons, you know. To honor this place. That was a big old lizard. That thing was huge. Big old red lizard. Look at this geology. It's like all pancakes, right? Isn't that cool? That lizard crawled underneath there. I don't know if you can see him. Look how weird this is. That's cool. There's like pancake layers up here. Look at all those seeds. Those are called ghost beads. And that is from mice and muskrats and rats and stuff that live up in the cracks of the rocks. And they eat the seeds. And then they poop those out and they dry up. And if you sanitize them, you can drill holes in them and make them into necklaces. See, here's a bunch of them on top of the rocks right here, where they're rodents. But if you dig around in these with your bare hands and then stick your fingers in your mouth, or if you dig them up or start crawling around in here and you breathe in the dust out of these, you will get what's called hantavirus. And it's a deadly lung disease a parasite that gets in your lungs and will kill you. So if you ever see those ghost beads, don't dig around. Make sure and stay clear of that stuff. Don't breathe that stuff in. You always got to be mindful of, like, check for updates about mold and algae blooms and all kinds of stuff can really make you sick. Wow, it would be so amazing to find some petroglyphs. Feels promising here. It really does. We could find something. Look at this. This is like a wall. It's like a laid out wall almost. I don't know. Look at how it's so layered. That's so wild looking. I'm trying to go slow at the risk of being a little bit boring in the video, because you never know, I could just glance down and see a carving at my feet, see an artifact poking out of the dirt, see a piece of pottery, also rattlesnakes, right? Look how beautiful that is. This life form right here is probably 200, 300 years old. Isn't that cool? Yo, this almost looks like carvings, right? I got excited for a second there. Look at that. That all looks natural to me, but I don't know. I think that's natural. Just from the rain pouring over and rocks cracking on it. But look at all this. Oh. I'm so excited. This is so fun. I hope we find something.
the same geology continues up here. But there is some weird stuff. This is really pretty. That rock looks so pretty. It's also just like shaped like a big gun. Like a big Tetris piece or something. And then I was looking at this one too. Look at how that just looks like skin. Isn't that weird? Still no petroglyphs. I haven't spotted any yet. We're just going along this ridgeline looking around. Almost looked like it could have been. Right, some of these little fissures. But no, it will be pretty obvious when we find some. And I kind of keep talking like that because I feel like we're going to. Wow, the smell of the sage up here smells so good. It really smells so good up here. My intuition just told me there's snakes in here, so I'm not going to climb up there. Definitely rattlesnake country right now.
One of the things that I love about being a content creator and filming everything that I do is that I realize I miss a lot when I'm out in the field. When I'm hiking around, a lot of times I have to look down at my feet. I'm watching my surroundings and I miss things. So notice in this clip, my intuition tells me that there's snakes up there, that I'm not supposed to go up there. And so I avoid this area. But then when I get home and I edit this footage later, I'm like, wow, this obviously looks like there was old campfires up here. And the lower part of these rocks is all charred. So obviously there could be something up there. And for some reason, I wasn't meant to find it this time. My intuition was like, there's snakes up there, don't go up there. And it's like almost like I didn't even see what was right in front of my face. But now that I'm home, I look at the footage, I'm editing it, and I'm like, it obviously looks like these rocks are like burned or charred or have some kind of a desert varnish that's interesting. And I need to go back up there and look again.
My intuition just told me there's snakes in here, so I'm not going to climb up there. Definitely rattlesnake country right now. You're so pretty. Yes, you are. What do you say? Why don't we come and investigate some of this old abandoned mining area here? See if we can uncover some clues. Okay, so we've got these big cement forms. It looks like it was part of a structure or foundation right here. I can tell the rebar squared off, boxed. All here, there's some kind of a building or storage, busted up. Look at this, how it was cobbled. Had a pipe going through it. And then there's rebar or cable. That's not rebar, that's like cable coming out of it. So what in the world would this have been for? What the heck? I don't know, some old concrete scrap. We're gonna have to look in the historical records what was going on up here. What does it say on this other side here? Zip. And then there's like a bird or a cross. Zip. What the heck?
Weber, Reich, and then that same plus. Weber and Reich. Okay, is there any names? Anything carved on this? I'm gonna have to bring all my metal detector stuff up. Donovan said he had some, but boy, that would be a whole thing. Come up here and metal detect. Don't you guys think it would be cool if over Phenomenon, or if we scheduled and planned like an actual event, we rented this whole place out and we just came out and explored it all together? And it's up here so that it would be worth it. Like, you could actually go drive up to the front gates of Skinwalker Ranch. You could go up and tour up to all the Spanish stuff up behind Blind Frog and around and explore all of this. In fact, I could even come up here and do it with you. That would be like the whole point, right? Like, this is crazy. This is all more modern stuff, but there's some whole mining mystery going on here too. This is so reminiscent of Mount Wilson all over again. Like, nobody knows who owned it. There's obvious signs of heavy mining activity and equipment buried underground, but then no records of it. How? No records of it, at least known. All right, let's look out around this here. This is all like totally full of ash too. There's like tons of burn piles here. Look at this. There's all this like soot and charcoal, right? Campfire ash. A big fire came through. Something. There was definitely a mining operation right here though. Again, with the pump house and the water well, but it's all rigged up like it is to lift and lower stuff into a mine. Like, what the heck, guys? You know, the guys at Blind Frog Ranch right over the hill there have been looking for entrances into the underground and into the tunnel system. Oh, what do you call this? What do you call this, guys? This is more obvious of an entrance than at Mount Wilson. If they pulled this giant cable out of the underground right there, this isn't a spot to bury trash. This is a mine portal. Look at that. This probably goes way down underneath this whole mountain. Glass and all kinds of stuff in here. What the heck? Like, I don't know, again, am I standing on top of a shaft that goes down, or does this go into the mountain? What is this? Sage, triple flavor. What is this? That is so cool. Are these cigarettes? Is this a tobacco tin? Sage triple flavor. Something. Joy flavor. I can't read it. It's too rusty. That's cool. Anybody know what this is? This is definitely a mine entrance here when you start finding this kind of stuff on the ground, right?
It's all burnt. Look at this. That's like full of iron. So somewhere right here was an appearance of another shaman figure. Native American, fully dressed in ancient garb, like the full, like chieftain outfit. That's like straight out of the Skinwalker stories, right? Apparently saw him standing like somewhere right here. This all sounds so familiar, right? It's crazy. It's like a pattern imprinted across the country or something. Now I've got a modular sensor here. I'm going to start meditating, trying to connect with it. And we're going to walk right over here, follow this cow trail, and try to go along this whole ridge up here and see if we can find some petroglyphs or ancient carvings or something. If they haven't explored it all, I mean, possibilities are endless here. I thought that was a bee. Did you see me jump scare? Any one of these spots. You could turn a corner and there's something there. Here we go. Look at all this. This is like a whole cliff wall. We're gonna have to go down here. These rocks always look like faces and stuff to me. Don't they always look like they're shaped like heads and stuff? That's so funny. Look at this big like muskrat den going on in the rocks here. He's got like a whole fortress buried back up in there. He's got poop everywhere too. Come on, petroglyphs. Boy, this is a really promising spot. Anything? That's bat guano. That's from bats sitting there pooping. See that? It's all also very toxic and do not touch, but worth a lot of money actually in fertilizer. Bat guano. Not in that amounts, you gotta have tons of it, like whole caves full, but.
Here's another example of where I was looking at the unique, like strange looking alien-like rock formation on the top of the rock. And while I was walking around and filming it in the real time, I didn't even notice that there was obvious divot holes. So you can see them right in the bottom, kind of right center of the boulder face right here. You've got 4 of them. You've got 2 to the lower left and then 2 up to the right. And a lot of people would just say that these are bullet holes, but we know the history is already starting to play out at Thunderstrike Ranch. And we know that the Spanish were up here. We know that the Mormon pioneers came up through here, and there's been a lot of people that have lived up here. And these are really interesting, the shape and the potential caliber. If these are bullet holes in the rock, the potential of metal detecting around the bottom of this and finding some kind of a musket bullet or something that can help us date the time period is very possible. We might find a modern slug that could just be modern cowboys shooting up there, but also sometimes these drill holes were done by indigenous people. They would actually peck these out or drill these out with like a deer antler or a buffalo horn. And they were meant to be like a constellation or a marker. This could have been some kind of a depiction of the Big Dipper or something, but we don't want to jump to conclusions now. The point is, I missed this while I was walking around filming, and now upon editing and reviewing the footage, we're noticing a lot more that we can go back and double check.
Wow, the rock looks really cool, but it's not carved. Really take my time and look, slow down. Wow, it's beautiful. Doesn't that kind of look like a face? Sort of does. When I turn and look at it like that, it does not. But on the camera, it kind of looks like a Easter Island head or something, right? I still haven't found any petroglyphs, but I've stopped here because my intuition is just like screaming at me like, there's gotta be something here. Or maybe I'm on top, like see how there's these boulders down here below me here? There's like a whole ledge. Kind of surprised I haven't found any petroglyphs yet. But we're just getting started and I gotta pace myself. I don't have to burn my legs out, right? First thing in the first half of the day, right? Take our time. I'm not exactly sure how I found it, but I'm back in the spot Donovan said where they found matate stones and flaking. One thing I'm definitely finding is rattlesnake skin, rattlesnake den. Right back in there. See the skins. So we will have to keep our eyes peeled. Watch where we put our feet down. But so what I would do, if this was like a campsite here, then there's a good chance that there's artifacts and things that have washed down. So exploring how the water flows down the hill right here would be really interesting. See what we find. This kind of stuff all looks like flaking. Tool making right here. Yeah, for sure. So this was some kind of a camp right here. Have to look around just a little bit, see what we can find. Pretty sparse right now. Check it out, I found a little scorpion. See that? He's cool. That's another thing we can do is you can get the black light. You can hike around with a black light and like spot scorpions, because the scorpions will actually glow in the dark. See him? He's cool. We'll leave him alone though. This definitely is. That's tool making right there for sure. So they were for sure up here. That's a good piece right there. It's not an arrowhead, but they were certainly making tools right here. I was just sitting over there, resting my legs, taking a coffee break. And then I wandered over here, set my backpack down on this stone to put my stuff away back into the backpack. And I don't know if this is obsidian. I'm going to freak out. I don't know if it is. This definitely looks flaked. Is it? Is this obsidian? Oh my goodness. It feels very close. This definitely was like flaked off though and tooled. I gotta take my sunglasses off. I don't know. Could just be like a piece of agate. That's an interesting one though. Rain's coming. It's nice and clear over there to the south, but right where I'm working, starting to cloud up. I've already felt a few raindrops, so I'm just kind of like wandering along the hilltops right now. I'm kind of tempted to drop over the edge and look for petroglyphs all along the ridge on the way back. But with that encampment site and the flaking and that like obsidian, I almost feel like up on the top in the flat areas we might run into like a medicine wheel or a more obvious campsite and metate stone. So just kind of want to look around a little bit up here, but not get rained out, right? No petroglyphs so far. If the Spanish were actually mining this whole hill, then somewhere along the base will be obvious signs of that. Tailings, entrances, wood scaffolding, artifacts laying around, or even just cart paths. You would see trails that looked like the ground was beaten in like a game trail a little bit from them carrying carts of gold and ore down in the valley to smelt. So we have to walk along this ridge and look for petroglyphs, but also look for those clues, for signs of any of that kind of mining activity, mine cart paths, all kinds of stuff. That's a really interesting boulder over there with geology. I'm gonna have to go take a look at that. If I go too far to the west, I'm gonna be on Native American tribal grounds though, so I gotta be really careful where I walk. Stay on the private property. For some reason out here, there's this weird split rock. It just looks perfectly cracked, and then there's this whole rope of baling twine that's just tied off to this limb for some reason right here. Like, I don't know what this would be doing here. Yeah, this rock looks pretty interesting. I'm sure it's natural, but didn't that split perfect? Crack. Kind of cool. Yeah, I'm not sure why that rope is right there. I still have not seen any petroglyphs, man. I've been looking everywhere, crawling all over this hill. But you never know, might be here. I've dropped back down onto this dirt road, and what I'm doing is kind of following up on this theory that if the Spanish gold smelters were right down there through that gap in the mountains, then there should be cart paths. We should be able to see where they were like riding their horses up through that valley across the meadow. I know it's all been farmed, but we should still be able to see cut across where you can see they were hauling their horses or their cows or oxen, or if they had carts or whatever. If they had a mine shaft or an entrance or some kind of a support structure or anything like that up there where they were working, then there should be paths that we should be able to see cutting through the trail or through the environment, making like a trail. So I'm kind of just down on the road looking for any signs or clues of that. But no petroglyphs that I could find. We might just need to do like a group event where a bunch of people come and spread out and we see what we can find, right? Something like this. An indicator of a chopped off tree cut down that looks like a marker. Some kind of a post. Possibly. If that could be natural, it could be cut. It's hard to tell. This looks axe cut and it looks very old. Maybe not. Could have just twisted off. If this was axe cut, it was a long, long time ago. But then see, here you got this one that looks chopped, like chop, like an axe cut it. Like hand hewn and cut. And then you turn over here and there's another one right next to it. Chop, 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 right? So something would tell me there could be a mindset right up here somewhere. Or right around here somewhere. If that's a path, it's not much of a path. It's just more like a rainwater washout. Well, I don't know. I'm starting to get rained on though now. Getting rained out. But this is interesting. I think this is worth showing to Donovan. I don't know. Sometimes the early settlers would just cut those trees like that because they were convenient for fence posts or building structures or whatever they needed. But we're looking for any of these clues, any of these signs like this. Could potentially point us in the direction of where an old mine entrance is. Maybe. It is called Thunderstrike Ranch for a reason, right? Big thunderstorm blowing in. It's not too bad, just a little drizzle. It's actually makes the weather feel really nice. I'm gonna go back to the cabin, hydrate up, eat some lunch and recover and get ready for tonight. We're gonna do some sky watching. Hopefully all of this blows over and we can see what we're doing. What do you think, Charlie? Should we get out of the rain? Do you wanna go inside? It's kind of nice actually. It's not really pouring, it's just like drizzling. It's been really hot, so it's kind of nice. I really am living the best life, aren't I? I am kind of living the dream right now, if this is what you're into. Got some cool dogs.
camping out in #1 UFO paranormal hotspot in the United States. Life is good. Life is pretty freaking good. Right? Dogs sure agree. I'm just sitting here enjoying the view, watching the rain roll in. It's so beautiful. Look at this place. Hey, what are you doing? I love this dog so much. I came back down to the cabin for this afternoon and took a little bit of a nap. And we got to figure out a spot where we're going to hook up this modular sensor. We have the MUPAS device. So we need to get a building that has Wi-Fi, plug it in, get it connected to the internet, and get it to where it can start tracking, because it'll capture all of the gamma, the infrasound, any kind of EMF fluctuations. I mean, we're getting stories out of this place that there is the ghost of a shaman, there's abandoned Spanish minecart paths, and maybe mines and trails and tunnels that go underneath the property here. All kinds of weird paranormal activity, and including UFO watching. So it is overcast right now. I'm hoping this burns off because we're getting ready now for that night investigation that I want to do. So I've got my Psionics night vision camera. I'm going to just show you the equipment that I brought on my trip really quick. So I've got this Psionics Aurora Black. I'm kind of feeling like I need to upgrade and get better night vision now. I've been using this one for a couple of years and it works great, but it's only 720p. So the quality is not amazing, but it still does the job. Then I've got a radiation detector, and I want to go over to the potential abandoned mine and the pump house over there and check that as well. Got this EMF detector that we're going to be taking up there and hiking around with, so I want to check for EMF activity. So these are like, we can carry them around and use them in the field. And then I have this HIC Micro, that's how it's said, thermal imager that we can use. So I'm just going to carry these small portable ones until we can plug in the modular sensor in one of the lodges or the cabins here. But I think this place is going to get all kinds of activity. And the MUPAS sensor we're going to be able to set up and live track all of that data. So if anything paranormal happens, if I'm sleeping in the cabin or if somebody's up here staying and they have like a weird dream or an encounter, or we see a UFO fly over, we can actually record all of that, scientifically track all of the data and get the proof. And it's not just like a story and blurry pictures, we can actually scientifically track the data. So Thunderstrike Ranch is going to be one of the public sensors that we have that's going to be available, and you can watch all of that through the membership on the Patreon page. So when you join the Carl Crusher Patreon page, you get the login. And we're also going to set it up so that through the Thunderstrike Ranch website and other places in the future, you'll probably be able to log in and track all of that, watch the data live through a membership through Thunderstrike as well. We'll figure all that out as we're going, but today and on this trip, we're just trying to get everything set up and do our initial expedition and exploration of the property. Well, I feel really good and rested now that I took a nap. Got a little break, but I've got the EMF detector and radiation sensor. I kind of want to go up by the mine over here where that big cable is and see if we can get any weird readings or anything out of it. But here's Donovan right here, you know, set up. How's it going?
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're not interrupting at all. I was just going to take a radiation sensor and the EMF detector and go check like the mine and the pump houses and around the area. See if we get any weird readings.
Sounds good. We were just gonna go dig up that stupid hydrant that's leaking. So.
Oh, the one up there?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Are you doing that right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll come poke around and see what you're doing.
Okay. Sounds good.
Cool. Awesome, man.
We're gonna have a jump. We're right up there.
Okay. See you in a sec. Here comes the dogs. Hey, puppies. Hi. Big day on the ranch. So we're digging up the leaking pipe. Hi, puppy. So this is good. There's going to be a lot of activity going on. We'll come out here and see what's up and maybe film some of that. But I definitely want to read the ground. Part of my job here is to get those sensor readings and make sure that the property's safe. We don't want the family bringing their pets and
their kids and everything around to play in locations if there's abandoned mine shafts that are giving off weird radiation or energy in the property that should be avoided. So we're going to check and make sure everything in that area is safe, because a lot of times, you know, like we hear about at Skinwalker Ranch, there is weird anomalies that come out of the geology, like radiation and EMF spikes and all that stuff. I gotta throw the ball for the dog. Charlie's gonna sit here and just laugh at me, or just sit there and beg me to do it. But yeah, we'll get the EMF detector and the radiation sensor, and we'll try to figure out and make sure that the property's at least safe. It's gonna be 10 times better once we get that modular sensor installed, because then you'll be able to log on to the website, see all the data. If any spikes occur, any weird anomalous energy moves across the property, that sensor is going to catch all of the data, and they're going to be able to log it and see what's going on. On a property like this, you've got to have active sensors that are monitoring what's going on, because if you have a sighting, like let's say tonight, some UFO comes out of Blind Frog Ranch or appears in the valley and flies around over here, goes over Skinwalker, we're right in the path of all of that activity right over our heads here. So if we see that, it's one thing to film it. It's another thing, you know, to get pictures and stuff like that. But when we get the actual 5 sigma level data with all the sensor equipment that's tracking it 24/7, you don't even have to be there to see it in order to know that something passed through the property or something really happened that wasn't imaginary. So we've got to explore the property, figure all that out, see what we're working to get with. Chasing the cat. These dogs are funny, hiking around with them. And then we can actually track what's going on and get the proof, have it looked at by actual physicists and engineers that can help us determine what's going on here. So the thing about these properties though is that back when they were mining in the 1930s, 1940s, in some of these areas, and even before that, back when the Spanish were here, they had no idea about things like uranium or different types of deposit that gave off radiation. And they would have had no idea if that kind of stuff going on underground in the geology was affecting like paranormal activity and weird sightings that were occurring, like creating a thin spot in reality where things can come and go. So we're going to try and check all of that with our sensors. So we're just going to start off at this old mining cabin here, walk through here and check the property. This is a Geiger counter, so we're checking for radiation right now. Anything that goes above 50, definitely got to tell Donovan and the family. Especially like the rocks that have come out of the ground. Right now, 24, this is pretty much just regular radioactive decay. Charlie, come here. Are you radioactive? 32. Oh my goodness. 33. What happens if we walk towards the mine? We're up to 34. It's pretty normal. $35. Check the sorting table where they were maybe dumping piles of stuff that they dug up from underground. 33. It's actually going down out here. 30. 27. So nothing here. This is just ambient. Everything here is safe. This is just regular radioactive decay from like old structures. Pretty normal for an old building to hit 25. This is where it could get interesting here. This cable and where this abandoned mine shaft was, or is. Did you hear that start to spike up? That's not me breathing heavy, that's all the dogs following me around. Look at them all. They're so cool. No, they're awesome. I love them. There's a lot of them around here. It's fun. You don't have any dangerous radiation levels coming out of any of these holes or anything, so yeah, you're fine. It's all just normal decay levels.
Yeah, that's super good. If you could find a water leak with me before we get that thing.
You know, I have a thermal camera, might be able to see it actually. Yeah. Let's see. Well, Donovan's working on trying to locate an underground busted pipe back there by the pump house. And so we used the thermal imager, tried to track down any leaks underground. And we couldn't find it. We did find where some of the pipes are going, but it gave me the idea that before the sun goes down, I want to walk up here because what we found was potentially these wooden posts or some of these old junipers that were actually, they look like they were axe cut. And so I want to go up here, use the thermal imager, because at some point the Spanish had a mine, a gold mine, where they were smelting down here right through that gap in the mountains. And so if they were mining gold, they would have had to have had cart paths or wagon trails or different things in order to load the gold up and down. So with a thermal imager, we might be able to see where ancient cart paths actually cross the land here, cross this road and go up into the mountain. And hopefully we can see where some of those ancient trails were with modern equipment. So kind of in the same way that you would find like a leak in your attic or a broken pipe in the wall using thermal imaging, you can also kind of do that to see where these old game trails were. Here's kind of like a little game trail going through there that could be from cows or whatever, but we're gonna come up here. Oh, we're actually here right now. There's this old set of posts that looks like they were axe cut a long time ago. I'll show you what I mean. So we want to check this area for radiation, EMF signals and different stuff, and then also see if there's some kind of a cart path, because we've got this is chopped, that's cut, and these are both right on the path where the old Spaniards used to come up. So who knows? They could just be cut because they were repurposed or they needed to clear them out of the way. But it seems like interesting that right here at the junction they're cut. There's like a path going up. I mean, there could literally be a sinkhole or an entrance or an old mine shaft that's filled in, like right here or even right here. We just need to start looking around. It's kind of harder. You can see my reflection in there. But there's the post. There's the other small post. And as I explore and look around with this thermal imager, I might be able to see a cart path. Because watch, when I come down here on the road, like this, change my field of view here. Right now it's all white hot from the temperature. So I'll point this down and see, you can see the trail where the truck drives, where it's all indented, is definitely a different temperature than in between. And that will still apply even on abandoned carts and abandoned paths and trails. do have some room left on the SD card. It's all still really hot ambient temperatures right here. There's my backpack and the post right there. You can see on the white hot where the red target is. So as I turn this way and look down the dirt road, you can clearly see that there's a road here, right? Like, obviously I can see that with my normal eyes too, but I'm just demonstrating how you can see cart paths or wagon trails and different things that can be hidden on the terrain. So coming out of this field and through that gap in the mountains, there should be trails that the Spanish took that came up this road and then crossed this road. So we should see trails that intersect and cross. We're going to have to bring up the Terra Exploration group with the LiDAR to really be able to tell where the tunnel systems are going and what's here. Here we go. Now we're in a black hot setting, so you can see even better instead of the rainbow. It's almost like night vision, but can you see how clearly you can tell that this is like the dirt road and where it goes? That's the theory. We should be able to see other abandoned ones from a long time ago. So if we see a trail that crosses perpendicular to this road, then we might find an old Spanish minecart path. So here's like clearly an area that looks different, that looks like a crossing. What we need to find is this trail or like a path like this that actually goes up into the mountain. And then we follow it to the mine entrance. I have to kind of point this down at the ground. As soon as I lift it up and point it up at the sky, it defaults like it starts looking at the sun. See how you can see there's kind of a line going right here. Some of that's just debris. No definitive roads yet. We're looking for an invisible road. There's an obvious road that goes up there, and honestly, that might be it. It might just be this dirt road that's just continued to be used. I wonder if we just followed this up and around somewhere, if we could find something. Clearly a path going up though. I didn't see any obvious intersections or any crossing points, but I mean, sometimes the ancient trails are still used to this day and they're just repurposed. So it could possibly be that wherever there's dirt road goes up and winds around up on top of the hill, that's where we need to go. So there could be trails that branch off of this road and go off left or right into different mindsets, or we may have just missed it. It's not 100% guaranteed. We're just testing different layers. So that's definitely a main dirt road that's still used. But as far as any like secret trails that might cross this road and go up. I didn't find any of those, at least with the thermal. That does not mean, again, like there wasn't any, or I just haven't found them yet. This entire hill and on the top could have a lot of different pottery and pot shards, but I gotta be honest, this is one of the most difficult places that I've worked in order to find that, because the geology, everything on the ground looks like broken pottery. Everything looks like broken pottery, and it's not. It's just regular geology. So it's a needle in a haystack finding artifacts here, but for me, that kind of makes it fun. I will say this, personally, my sleep schedule since I've gotten here has been super strange. So ever since I got up to this property, like last night, I didn't even do a whole lot yesterday that I feel like should have wiped me out, but by like 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I was zapped of energy. I was completely exhausted, and I like crashed, fell asleep, and then I woke up random times like at 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was weird like scraping and scratching underneath the cabin floor. It could have been a cat or something hiding under there, or a rodent or whatever. But then today went on this big hike and exploring all over the place, and then again it's like pulled the energy completely out of me. Shouldn't have been that tired. I had to go back into the cabin and sleep for like 4 hours, but now I feel good, and hopefully all of this is just so that I can stay up tonight and the sky will clear off and we can do some sky watching. I really want to do psionics. I want to do some telepathy and see what shows up, because if we're right in between, Blind Frog Ranch is like 1 mile over the hill that way, and we're right on the direct path to Skinwalker Ranch. Anything could fly over here. Psionics, summoning, everything is going to be really potent right here on this property that's under strike. If you've been watching the TV show on the Discovery Channel for the mystery of Blind Frog Ranch, then you know that what they've been doing, or claiming that they're doing, is accessing these tunnel systems through culvert pipes that they've dug that go into these ancient aquifer chambers, or like these old caverns and abandoned mines that are underground that go all throughout this mountain range. And as a part of that, they claimed that while they were underground in this tunnel system, they even found what they thought might have been an old Aztec treasure, like a box full of weird rocks and strange kind of things in it. But the truth is that we're right on the south side of that property. We're actually a little bit further downhill and more advantageous mining regions. So the area that is more likely to have been mined and accessed by the ancient Spaniards, we already know happened right here. I mean, that's the spot right through that gap in the mountains. So this whole mountain range, this whole surrounding area underground, you have to imagine it as like a honeycomb of caves and tunnels. And through those caves and through that tunnel system exists the entire story and the legends of the Skinwalker, the paranormal activity and the legends, and that possibly there could be underneath Skinwalker Ranch, underneath Blind Frog Ranch, underneath the Uinta Basin, there could be ultra terrestrials, there could be other dimensional life forms, there could be a whole base or alien base or hidden UFO hiding underground. It's all this same kind of weird formula that's all starting to come out in disclosure. But what's interesting is it's always seems to be overlapped in these places that are full of ancient Native American culture that was up here, Native American artifacts. And then the Spaniards come in and we're digging in the mines. It's like a formula that we keep running into. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these old Spanish stories of the treasure hunting and the mining that was going on, and some of this drilling and mining that was happening right here in the middle of the ranch, if that isn't all connected to this bigger picture. The odds are is it was, especially if they were mining for gold here, they could have run into anything. And the stories of the shaman appearing right here in the meadow, right here by the mine, it's all part of that story of the Skinwalker and that curse, or that guardian, that entity and that spirit guarding the land, guarding the geology, being like a protector of the place. And then for some reason, I wind up here. I wind up in these spots. I get invited to come and look and explore. And then like a piece of the puzzle, it all starts to fit together. So what we find here, I mean, the potential is huge. Where we end up going, if we end up finding abandoned mine entrances here, and this all becomes about exploring the artifacts there, or if the paranormal activity, as soon as we start poking around, or the fact that I'm here digging around, if the paranormal activity starts to shoot up, then who knows? Just by exploring, inviting people up here and poking around could trigger a response. But everybody that I work with, especially right now, has this really strong sense and feeling like this is all happening for a reason. And even like Donovan talking about how they were able to buy this property and obtain it, they're describing it almost like a miracle that they ended up with it, like a total blessing and a miracle that they even have this property. And the fact that I'm here researching it and helping them uncover it, the chain of events in order for all of this to happen, and the way that all of it lines up, plus the experience that I've got now from working up at Blind Frog, at Skinwalker, and over at Mount Wilson and all these other places, it's like all accumulates, it all adds up. And I think that disclosure is coming really soon. I think that the mystery behind all of this, the people coming out of the government and locals and properties like this, there's going to be an event. There's going to be some kind of a landing. There's going to be an appearance. There's going to be other dimensional beings, aliens, if you want to call them that are going to present themselves. And I really believe that that is going to happen at a place like Thunderstrike Ranch. I really believe that it could happen at Skinwalker Ranch. It could happen at Blind Frog. It could definitely happen here. It could happen this fall if we did an event like for Phenomicon and we all came up here together. It could happen right here, you know. But as we get closer, it all comes down to, you know, Donovan's following his intuition and paying attention to the synchronicities and all of this. Even Dr. Jim Segala, physicist and engineer over the Mupas project, he's like talking openly about how some of the coincidences and the synchronicities is like certain moments of this process and this project are like they are meant to happen, and they're meant to happen in a specific way. So I feel like I'm here definitely for a reason, and we're going to find out what that is together. Well, randomly bloody nose. Sorry, I know that's gross. Just hiking around everywhere looking for radiation. Sprung a leak. One of the risks of doing this work, right? I don't know, it could just be the altitude. I know this is gross, sorry. Could just be the dehydration or altitude. But hiking around, looking for anomalous energy, random bloody nose. Got to document it, right? I wish we need to get the Mupas device set up. We need to see, like, right when I get the bloody nose, I'm sitting there, I was just having like a really positive experience meditating. All of a sudden my nose just started gushing blood. Right? I don't know. Anyway, it's not bad. Not a bad bloody nose, but gotta pay attention to all this stuff.
Way old.
You think? Does that look axe cut to you too, though?
Yeah, like it's not like a saw you would expect to be more even.
Yep.
And that has the chunks cut out of it there.
Some old, it looks to me like, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but if there was an old Spanish gold smelter right there, you know.
This would be one of the first.
That's a straight shot, yeah. I mean,
sections of wood that they'd come across.
They come across, this was probably chopped by one of them. And then there's another one, this lower one down here that looks like it was hacked too, but it's hard to tell. When they get that old, if they just twist in the wind, but there's two of them right next to each other.
Yeah, and they're right on the edge of the meadow.
Yeah, it's a straight shot. You said there's a dead deer here real quick. I want to the whole carcass on the ground. So this would be indication maybe that they could have cut some of these, because straight up this wash might have been a way they were going up. There might be a mindset right up in here somewhere.
You can see this one here.
That was chopped too.
It's even more defined, those axe marks in there.
That's definitely chopped. So this is the Spanish Trail access stuff that they were doing way back then, I would say. But when you see that, how we start looking on them, there could be carvings, notches, or it's just like a clue that maybe something up in here was where they started trying to dig, or they might have had an entrance. Some of these holes, I don't know if you've seen them, some of them are small, like you got to belly crawl through them and then they open wide up.
Yeah, for sure.
And there could just be rocks piled in front of it. Who knows?
Super interesting if you could get that ground penetrating radar.
Yeah.
And see where the holes are.
Well, I need to contact the Terra Exploration guys, and we just plan a trip for them to come up here and scan this whole place.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the guys who did it before, if they actually found something or not, and that's why they ended up not buying it or what. But
did they say where they found anything?
they said it depends on who you ask. One guy was really hush-hush.
Yeah.
And the other guy, he just liked to talk. So it's hard to tell who was telling the truth. But he said that most of the tunnels ran this way through this ridge right here.
Parallel. Yeah, so it would go like through the length of it.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so odd. This one looks chopped too.
Wanted to make sure that they kept open, and they wanted to come over here at some point and check things out.
So they didn't tell you everything.
No, but they wanted to make sure that they kept like there could be something over there, and like we want to do some things with you. So
it looks just like the washout or game trail or something, and all this is chopped. We'll get the Terra Exploration guys up here and find some entrances.
that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Because they'll be able to see where the tunnels are going underground, and then where those all line up will converge at a point that we can go dig out and then get inside, and then we'll be in the tunnels.
Yeah.
That'd be wild. Can you imagine that day?
That'd be so cool. According to them, I don't know if they ever found a tunnel entrance, because they kind of did the same thing, but according to them, there were tunnels, so we'll see if that's true or not.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And there's like old documents that they said they found that said that there was a gold mine on this property. So
There was?
yeah. And they went around and talked to a whole bunch of like old timers and stuff that said that they remember a mine being on this property. So
It's like Goonies out here. Right?
yeah,
You just
it's
wanna-
getting dark. We gotta.
Yeah, for sure. Look at how absolutely charming this little cabin and place is at night. Can you believe it? This is the most fun that I've had at a research site in a long time. I mean, I did not know what I was going to expect when I came up here. I thought, well, maybe there will be some UFOs. Maybe we'll find some old pottery or something like that around. But the fact that this is directly on the path of the Skinwalker between Blind Frog and Skinwalker Ranch, like, this is really such an ideal location. I can't even believe it. And that it's actually on the path of old Spanish mines and mining activity. And we know that there was a gold mine here on the property. That overlap between the clash between Native American cultures and the colonization when the Spaniards came in, and then when the different pioneer groups that came in here, that kind of conflict and the things that happen pushed the indigenous people into these highly ritualized states and spiritual states. And there was so much intensity that was impressed upon these places, that there was tunnel systems dug underground, there was mining, there was murders, there was betrayals, treasures that were hidden. People stole stuff and hid things and put caches everywhere. I mean, this whole place is going to be totally like Goonies or like Indiana Jones, like metal detecting, ground penetrating radar. There could be anything up here. It's pretty overcast tonight. I'm going to keep checking and see if the sky clears off, and tonight is the perfect night to do the meditations and try to see if we can see anything. With where we're at, anything is possible, anything could show up. Shouldn't matter if there's clouds or not, but definitely make it easier to see all the stars. It would be really cool to host the whole event up here. Just to rent out all the beds in the rooms and have a bunch of friends come up. It's all overcast really bad right now. The way the light reflects in the lens of the camera makes it look like there's stuff up in the sky, but there's not. Well, I'm going to check a few more times. It's 10 p.m. right now. I'm going to check a couple more times and see if the sky clears up. And if it does, then we're going to do some night watching. It's just in the middle of baking a potato in the microwave for dinner. And I went outside and looked up, and there is some kind of an object flying overhead. So I'm trying to hurry and grab night vision. Flashlight. Bad camera angle, but this is unedited. Here we go. The skies are more clear. I just threw you on the bed. Okay, night vision's ready. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna switch over to night vision. Ready? There it is. It's still there. Look. There's night vision. I had the wrong setting on. Sorry about that. See that? That's not a satellite. Look how big it is. Okay, I'm going to meditate, see if I can get it to react. Oh, maybe it is a satellite. It's like it was waiting for me. I had this whole ordeal. I went in and got the night vision, came outside, and then tried to use the night vision, and it was just, see, it just went in the clouds. Look. Went behind the clouds. It just did it again. This is my second low battery warning in a row. Just a second ago, it said the SD card was full and the battery was dead, and I know that's not true, and now I have immediately another dead battery. What the heck? Okay, I'm going to stop this clip so I don't lose it. Yeah, so just so that I could film right now, I've gone through 2 camera batteries and had to swap the SD card twice to finally get this camera to work. And whatever it was just like sitting there hovering in the sky. So I ran in and got the camera, And then I had to come out twice to change the battery. And when I finally got it to record, it's like the thing is moving off and goes behind the clouds. Super weird. But I'm right outside of the cabin. We're up here at Thunderstrike Ranch. There's the teepee. We are right on the path of the Skinwalker. God, the Big Dipper feels so close. Like I feel like I could reach up and just grab it. It's crazy. And there's the North Star. So yeah, right over the mountain right there is Blind Frog Ranch. Two of them moving, see that? One going down and one going up. Which one do I follow? This one's headed towards Blind Frog, so we'll follow this one going north. There's another one. There's so much stuff moving around in the sky up here. It's pretty wild. We need to get some unusual flight characteristics. Another one. As soon as I stop recording, I look up and I spot another moving light in the sky. If it would just make a turn, change directions or come down, that would be cool. Another one. I can't even take a pause as soon as I stop. And they're all moving at different paces, different speeds, but still I haven't seen anything like change directions or come closer yet, but God, there's just like a lot of stuff floating around. Another one. Two of them, look. Did that one just start moving? What the heck? Whoa. Oh, there's a little cloud there. Like, what is going on? I just laid down on my back. I'm just laying on my back on the porch outside the cabin. And there's like a dozen bats flying around above my head right now. Whoa, big shooting star. I'm having so much fun, you guys. This is amazing. I hope that thing turns. Whoa, big shooting star. Come down. Come down and land. And this one's still going over here. There's so much stuff in the sky. I just laid down on my back on the porch. I'm just watching the stars now. Where'd that one go? Crazy. That shooting star was cool. I'll have to go slow-mo on that one and see if it changes directions or anything. That looks like a satellite. What the heck? Another one? What is going on? Is this like Starlink? I swear they're just like appearing in the sky, right? Like, I don't think I saw that one. Like, I don't think it came from anywhere. What the heck? Okay, I gotta get up. Where'd it go? I swear I didn't even see that one, like, appear over the horizon. It just, like, showed up. And then they just fly straight. Like, it's so hard to tell if they're just satellites or not if they don't turn. See, now where did this one come from? Did I not see that one or did it just appear? This is crazy. I was like, there's zigzagging everywhere in the sky out here. See, I've been filming for over 3 minutes and I haven't cut the camera. It's like it's like I just look up. Maybe I'm just mistaken because whoa, another shooting star. See what I mean? What is going on? Crazy. So pretty. The night vision lets you see everything. See both of them? One's kind of moving up and the other one across. It's been like this all night. Did the one just stop or did it disappear? I lost it. My dinner's been sitting in the microwave since like 9:30. It's for like 2 hours now. An hour and a half. Crazy. There's just so much stuff moving around in the sky up here. It's wild. Another one. Wow, that one's big. That one is hauling ass. And it looks big in the sky. Man, this is so crazy. It's like I cannot stop filming. As soon as I stop recording, there's another one that just, some weird thing shoots across the sky, or a blip, or two of them crossing paths in the sky, or it's like something appears and then floats away. It's like, what the heck? Now compared to that last one, this thing is moving super slow. Well, all of my night vision batteries are all dying and dead on me, and we pretty much non-stop filmed weird lights in the sky, so I don't know. I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to eat my dinner and relax. I might get curious and go back out again. Depends on when my batteries all get charged or not, but got to take a break for now. Today, after staying up half of the night filming weird lights in the sky, I am back out looking for ancient artifacts and clues, possibly old Spanish trails and mines and different things. And I just realized I need to get my microphone set so I don't have to deal with the wind up here. But the goal is we're gonna hike all the way along this road, and we're gonna be looking for old Spanish trails that go up into the mountain here. And then what I want to do is go up on this ridge and look for petroglyphs all along the boulders along the top there on my way back, but be really careful that I don't accidentally cross into Native American reservation land. So that's the goal today. We're packing light. We're gonna go on a little adventure, but first we gotta go back and get my microphone so you guys don't have to listen to so much wind. Last night was pretty crazy. I thought I was gonna get skunked out just from cloud cover. It was so overcast, and then all of a sudden it was like a big patch of the sky opened. I ended up just laying down on the porch with the night vision looking up, and there was so much stuff flying around in the sky. It was crazy. There was several times where there was like two of them that were like flying almost in formation and then crossing in the sky. There was several times where I swear that there was nothing there, and then all of a sudden an orb would appear, and then it would start to move like a satellite, and then shooting stars just like, and then I would film it all and be like, wow, that was cool. And I'd stop recording. As soon as I'd stop recording, I'd turn my head and there'd be another one going overhead. So it's like, it was so cool. But yeah, if you haven't watched any of the previous videos in this series, it's turning out to be a pretty amazing location up here at Thunderstrike Ranch, and so much to do and so many different directions to explore. But today, since this is still my first trip up here, we've got to cover the bases. We got to find like all the ground basis, like the foundational scaffolding of the clues of what's actually here and the history. we're collecting these names like carved into the cement, like the last name Reich was on one of those things. And then taking radiation signals and readings to make sure that it's even safe to do research in certain places, you know. So I'm just back at the cabin getting my microphone set up. But basically, we have to cover all of that and then find out what's here. And if I can go up and actually find ancient petroglyphs or a dwelling site, like a Native American ancient indigenous campsite or something, or if I find a ritual site like a stone circle or artifact that way, then it totally changes the story and the history of this entire place, and we kind of have more clues about which direction to go and what may be going on and why the stories are the way that they are. But the possibility of finding Spanish artifacts from when those conquistadors came over and we're doing all the gold mines. I mean, we could uncover the entrance to an old ancient gold mine where they were enslaving Native Americans. But also this whole mountainside also has legends of the Siteka, ancient race of giant people. Some of the giant people even had horns on their heads. And they were said to live in this valley in ancient times. And they even enslaved indigenous people and had them work in the mines and do different things for them too for a time period. So who knows what we could find? Anything's possible.
So there's the passageway. Right down through that gap is a known and verified old Spanish gold smelter, gold oven. And you think they would have had to rode horses or drove oxen or cows pulling carts up here to mine this mountain. Donovan said that they mined this mountain east to west this way. So a lot of this goes parallel. And we have an entrance over there that we know right at the base of this mountain going in that one. So underneath this could be an entire like honeycomb of caves and tunnels that the old Spanish and the Ute tribes were all down inside of this mountain. And so if we can find artifacts or clues of that on the surface above ground, especially if we can get the Terra Exploration group up here, then the chances of us being able to actually find an entrance or a way into those tunnels goes way up. So this is like the same kind of game that we were playing up at Mount Wilson, and this is the same kind of game that they're playing up at Blind Frog Ranch. And this is why this is so amazing, is because here we have the entrance where they were taking all of the gold. So even if they were getting stuff up at Mosby Creek, right up there at Blind Frog Ranch, a lot of that, whatever they were getting, they probably brought right through here and down there in order to smelt. And so all of this was land that was covered between Blind Frog Ranch all the way down, literally down through the canyon and that way, and you're going to get to Skinwalker Ranch is directly that way. So if you got on a drone and flew this way or a helicopter, you're going to fly right over Bottle Hollow and right over Skinwalker Ranch. It's all the same path, this exact same system and path. And so as I stand right here, Donovan just told me there was this sighting of a Native American ghost, like a shaman right here. There's a mine entrance right over there. They mined right here. Blind Frog Ranch is right up there. And so I'm just going to look on the surface, like what do we have here? We've got, you know, animals are like pretty much the same from a long time ago. And so cows, when you think about it, Charlie's awesome. So when you think about the cows, if they were driving oxen up here on carts, they would have made game trails or paths, and there would have been old Spanish cart paths. So anything left behind, like see how this is an obvious game trail where cows walk? So I come down here and I start looking, and this is clearly where the horses and the cows like to walk. This is a path. And so what if we just thought for ourselves, okay, if the cows and the animals all really like to take this path right here, when they come up from down below, they probably walk straight up and they all come right up here so much, and they've done it so long that there's literally a trail. There's a game trail going through right here. In fact, there's a couple of them coming up right through here. So if we just turn around and we say, what if, like 1,000 years ago, they were driving their cows and riding horses up here to go to the mines, then the cows and the horses even today that are part of Thunderstrike Ranch and Lightning Springs Ranch, they're intuitively going to follow the same lines, and they're going to walk the same trails that were walked 1,000 years ago. So you can kind of follow these up and see where they go. Like we could probably, before there was fences, follow some of these trails, and they'll go all the way up to Blind Frog, I bet, all the way up to other mine entrances. But you know, they wander around, they fork off, they get lost, they turn into jackrabbit trails. But it's just one thing that you can do. See, there's a jackrabbit right there. See if we can sneak up on it. Charlie, you didn't see that jackrabbit? Yeah, see, there's game trails, jackrabbit trails going all over. That was a big bunny. Big old rabbit. Did you see it? Yeah. Okay, but let's get back on task. Anyways, I just want to kind of talk about like what I'm doing. I'm also looking around for pot shards, arrowhead flaking, any kind of artifacts and things that we can find. An old like horseshoe, a coin, bullet casing, arrowheads, anything like that will be like a huge game changer and shift the direction of where we're looking and what could be up here. So the legend of the Skinwalker is 100% to do with the clash between the indigenous people that actually lived here for thousands of years, and then when the colonizers showed up, and that was from different eras. There was Spaniards that came and enslaved a lot of Native Americans and forced them to work in mines to mine out of gold, and then there was battles and wars, and a lot of the Spaniards were killed, and their bodies and all their armor and clothes and weapons and everything were just thrown in the mines, and then the indigenous people would seal the entrance shut and sometimes even booby trap it with kill traps and things to hide all that stuff. And they didn't care about the gold. They didn't care about the metal or any of that the Spanish were digging out. And so they just chucked all of that in these holes, closed them up, and then went back into their daily life until the Mormon pioneers showed up. And then they had to deal with it in a whole new way. See, there's different game trails that just cut up through here in different spots that are all worth following to see what could be up there. But I want to go to the end of the property and work my way back today. But what happened was, when colonizer groups would show up at different times, they would begin to human traffic and slave trade the indigenous people. And the Native Americans here specifically, it would have been the Ute tribe. So the Utes and the Northern Paiutes, the Shoshone, a lot of the different clans that were up here, they were suddenly pressured for their resources and stuff. And they turned to different spiritual methods and rituals, like down in Nevada and across Arizona, and then eventually a huge movement that spread into the Lakota. They started doing the ghost dance, which was like this whole time travel ritual that was in conjunction with the Big Dipper, how it rotates around the North Star and the four directions, north, south, east, and west, and aligning your soul for spiritual protection. Got to keep an eye out for rattlesnakes. But so the Paiute and the Northern Paiute and the Goshen tribes, a lot of them started doing the ghost dance ritual. So you see all these medicine wheels and ritual stone circles. The Navajo, the Dene, a lot of them were abducted. They were kidnapped and they were slave traded, and they were brought up here and sold into the colonizer families as actual slaves. And they were even sold among each other in different clans and different tribes, because the resources and everything suddenly got under extreme pressure when these different people started moving into the valleys and up into the basin. So as all of that was unfolding, the Native American people, the Navajo, the Dene people, started doing rituals also to curse and to protect the land where certain things happened. So like at Skinwalker Ranch, one of the main stories and why the whole legend of the Skinwalker exists there is because there was a Native American woman from the Navajo tribe whose name was Rose or Rosie. And she was kidnapped from her home down in New Mexico on the borders of Arizona there, where kind of by Lake Powell. And she was abducted. Her entire family was murdered. And she was brought back up here and actually kind of sold into an arranged marriage. And that all happened right where Skinwalker Ranch is. And when that occurred, and when Rose was taken from her family and they were all murdered, the Navajo enacted the Skinwalker curse upon that land because of the slave trading, because of the human trafficking, and that Rose specifically was taken up there. She was married to a white man, and they lived there as a family, like as one of the first families there actually at Skinwalker Ranch. And then I think something happened. Her first husband died. She remarried a man that she actually liked, and then they lived their whole life and moved up the valley, and is somewhere has died or buried in between Skinwalker Ranch and Blind Frog Ranch. Between that path of where all that happened is literally the place where the original legend of the Skinwalker begins. And that was the whole story. It was based around her. In fact, if we went and talked to Randy at his little art museum earlier at the beginning of this video series, and his wife is a curator at the local museum, and I'm pretty sure at the museum they even have whole displays and information about Rose and Rosie that you can go in and look at that and learn about her. But I think it's really fascinating that when those pressures occurred and when the Native American indigenous people started to get captured, human trafficked, slave traded, and murdered and exterminated, they turned to their spiritual rituals. They turned to projecting guardian spirits upon the land, and they turned to their spiritual ceremonies of time travel, going into the future to try and send a message to protect a place or to guard a place or to keep it from getting destroyed. And then fast forward into our time, and you have Thunderstrike Ranch, have a family living up here and people living up here, and they encounter this phenomena like it's real. And they encounter these apparitions like ghosts of these shaman figures and these Skinwalker type apparitions and these different things, and it's almost like there's something to that magic that actually stuck. Something about what the indigenous people were doing actually happened and is real, or somehow imprinted their energy upon the land, and our perception of space-time is a misunderstanding, so that when we come to these places, the past and the future become very thin. And when you learn how to become self-aware, you suddenly see what all of that is about and you experience it. But I think it's really fascinating how all of that fits together and overlaps. So basically the whole point is, where there's smoke, there's fire. As we're up here hiking around, even though like colonizers, Spanish Conquistadors coming up and enslaving them is not directly connected to UFOs, it is exactly why there's potent energy here, why there's deep ancient mystery and history that's all overlapped that makes this place like energetically potent. And I think there's spots like this all over the world, but when they're all directly in a line, and then you've got government involvement, like right down at Skinwalker Ranch, you've got deep military, CIA, government involvement. You know, Travis Taylor came out of
programs that the DIA and DEA or wherever he came out of. And now you've got Jay Stratton coming out of the Pentagon working there. Like, and then you've got Eric Davis, and these guys are all talking about how they've seen entities coming out of portals, and they've seen UFOs, and they've seen all of this, how it's interrelated. So it's one thing to see it on the TV show and to watch them all talk about it. It's another thing to come up and find a property like this that you can come and stay in the Airbnb yourself and rent the cabin, and you can go around and experience it without any confusion, without wondering if you're being tricked or hoaxed, without being concerned if it's a government setup or psyop. You can come up here by yourself like I am right now. Nobody has a clue where I'm at. And if I find something, or if I see a UFO, or if I experience some sort of paranormal encounter with an indigenous spirit, even if that's just within my own mind or my own dreams or experience, then I know for myself, I don't have to wait for the government to tell me what's going on. I get the personal validation for myself, and I get the opportunity to share that all with you too. I think that's really cool. So if we find Spanish artifacts, that is still a huge clue as to where the energy around all this trauma, generational trauma and magic and spiritual energy is focused, and it's all going to apply. So it's really fascinating to see what we can find. And there's definitely drive-ups going all over through here that we got to start exploring now.
Charlie, I think you're a pretty freaking cool dog, you know? Like, we just barely met and you've been following me around all up the mountain, making me feel safe. You're cool. What are you looking at? Whoa, why is there a whole big line of trucks coming up here? That's what he's looking at. I hope I didn't accidentally cross into the reservation land and these guys are all coming up here for me. Look at this convoy. I haven't seen a single vehicle drive up that road the whole time that I've been here, and now suddenly it's like 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. There's like 18 different rigs and they're all hauling UTVs out here. That is the reservation land. If I cross this fence line right here, I will be breaking the law. Maybe they're just going up somewhere to ride for fun, but I haven't seen anybody drive up that road the whole time I've been here. And now there's like 20 big rigs with, not big rigs, but you know, SUVs hauling expensive trailers and equipment. All in a row, enough that Charlie's like, what the heck? What the hellio? What's going on? See, Charlie's gonna ditch me to go see what's going on back at the ranch. That's how much he's not used to this. Well, I think my safest bet at this point is to get up in the trees. I don't think they're here for me. But oh yeah, look at this game trail going up. Obviously, like, this is where the cows all go. Whoa, these are some giant junipers. Good gravy. That is some old growth right there. I mean, this tree right here is definitely here when the Spanish were here. And look, somebody cut this limb off. Like they want to be able to come up this way. This is all chainsawed.
What do you think, Charlie? Look at this old growth. Wow. Sometimes they would hide pottery. Native Americans will actually put clay pots in the trees. So you look in these old growths, sometimes you find stuff. Whoa, this would be so spooky to hike up here in the dark. What the heck? On the haunted trail. We've already found an entire box full of a dead dog that was dressed in human clothes down to the socks in an old cabin. So who knows what we're gonna find. No way, no freaking way. Is that what I think it is? Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Is this just a rock that looks this way, or is this pottery? I could have sworn that was pottery for a second. It looked like painted lines, but that is just the geology. That's not pottery. Yeah, it's so going to be so hard to find anything like that up here because how many just rock flakes there are all over the place. The type of rock chips and everything all over the ground here make it almost impossible. But this is flaking. This is definitely tool making right here. Did it just wash down from up here? This doesn't seem like a very good camp spot, but look up a little bit higher. At some point I gotta cut across and start heading back. If I get up over a saddle, get turned around in the wrong direction and wind up on their own property. Wow, I would really love to find some evidence up here. Okay, let's start cutting across here. These junipers are so big and old. Like that's freaking huge, the base of that one. It's crazy up here. Let's go up to the top and see where we're at. Definitely a path cutting up through here. Somebody's been riding up it on a motorcycle even recently. Maybe Donovan. I don't know. But this feels like an old cart path. There's like a big flat rock up here. It looks odd. This is definitely like an old trail. See?
Feels like we're walking up an old cart path. See it? Oh yeah, we gotta go look at that. There's a whole cart path up here. Here's the rock I was talking about. I don't see any markings on it though. Wow, what a view. Yeah, Blind Frog Ranch is right up there. Wow, we're close. As soon as Roger Colty from Indigenizing Minds sees this, he's going to be in the comments saying, polygonal floor, that's a polygonal floor. Look how these rocks look placed and fitted together. That could be natural. We've seen lots of weird geology up here, but there could be a ritual medicine wheel or some spot up here on these rocks. Look at how the forest is all burned. At night, this would be so terrifying to hike around in for sure. Walking through all the burned forest. It's like something out of Lord of the Rings up here. I've been seeing snake skins everywhere. There's been rattlesnake skins all over the place up here. But I haven't actually seen a snake out and about yet. Okay. Look how cool this tree is. Sometimes I go on the edge of just being boring in these videos because I realize I find myself watching videos of people just like walking around their own countryside, or I see them walking in the grocery store, and just because of the island that they live on or the country where they're at, it's super fascinating and interesting to see how the world is different in so many different places, or how it's similar. And so to me it's really cool. And plus your memories just come and go and they fade. You hold your memories in your mind like an imagination that you conjure up and replay, you know? And so it's fun to go back and watch it again. Charlie's headed off like Charlie has a place to go, knows where to go. I can't cross that fence line or I'm breaking the law. There's a big raven flying overhead now. Yeah, I realize that a lot of you have never been to a place like this, or you never will, or there's a chance that maybe you are have a disability or of the age where you stay at home, and it's fun to bring you guys and show you. Hey Roger, this looks like a giant polygonal floor up here. This looks like the top of Skinwalker Mesa. See all the cubes? Even if these weren't hand placed, they sure as hell look like it. Doesn't that look cobbled together? Like Roger's probably, if Roger Colty's watching this from New Mexico, he's probably saying in the comments right now that this is a polygonal trading floor. You know, if you sit here and use your imagination for just a second, you can almost see it. It's all speculative. Look at this rock. It's like a whole dish. And then just random, seems so out of place. Look at Charlie. He's just sitting under the tree in the shade there, just meditating. Look at that dog. Look at him. What is he watching? He's just sitting there enjoying this view. Look at this view. Look at this view Charlie's got. This is beautiful. I don't know why I'm getting all emotional up here, walking around on this. There's not even anything apparently here, but I just feel this weird, maybe I just love that dog. I just got emotional. Let's go up here. I kind of want to see what Charlie's looking at, like. But if I cross that fence, I'm going to be trespassing onto tribal lands. Totally illegal. But right now, this is all part of Donovan's property. This is amazing. Where we're walking underneath our feet right now could be loaded full of tunnels, cave entrances, and all kinds of stuff. We don't even know. It might not look like it. I'm just like wandering around up here on top of this flat on the hill, but this definitely is 2 tire tracks that look like a cart track right here. If you know what to look for, you can see it. You can see here's one track right here, my hand's kind of on, going and it curves that way. And then the other one's right here going that way. And then when we turn, you can see where Charlie is, and you can see these tire tracks go all the way up. Now that could just be people in a truck or a vehicle that come up here to check the fence line. Totally could be just modern people on UTVs. But you'd be surprised, just like animals, just like the elk and the cows and the deer are going to follow the same natural paths that they did 3,000 years ago. People have a way of doing that too. You would be surprised how much humans will end up walking on the same trails and taking the same wandering path. Even when they feel like you're making it up as you go, your body intuitively is going to pick a line and pick a trail that follows in a certain pattern that most humans throughout history are going to follow. So if you find a track like this 100% turns and goes to the right here. Even if it's used today by modern people coming up here, it was probably the same trail that was used a long time ago. See, look at this. I'm a little bit bummed out now because I can see, hang on. See, look at this. Now this could just be because it was burned, but notice how it's burned after the fact. Here's the trail coming up. You can see a path, and then almost like this was in the way, it got chopped by an axe, and then later the fire came through and burned over it. But this might be an old Spanish cart path, and that could have been chopped a long time ago
for the cart to go through. But the reason I'm a little bit bummed right now is because I realize that this fence line turns. It goes back to the east, so I'm not going to be able to go up to the top of this ridge. That will be trespassing for me. Let's get close and see what we can see though. Pretty much walked to the very end of the property line here. Charlie, what do you got there? Oh, good Lord, that's a dead leg. Hi, did you find something? Did you find a clue? Is this pottery? See, it all looks like pottery. Doesn't that look like pottery? It's not though. Charlie, what do you got there? What the heck, dog? Oh, whole deer leg? Ew. Where did you find that? Is there a carcass over there? Where did you get that, Charlie? Where'd you find it? You found yourself a snack? Oh my gosh. Okay. Doing a dog thing. Oh my gosh. I gotta be honest, I feel really special that out of everything that Charlie could be doing right now, that he's up here running around with me, going on this adventure. That's really fun. I'm still not seeing any like obvious petroglyphs. That spot would be really promising, right? I think so. Maybe these big boulders here. Let's go look. I don't see any. Well, now that we made it all the way out here and realized that we can't go up to the top of that unless I check with Donovan, but I think this is all actually public land. And even though this fence is here, I think I can go north. I just can't go to the west or south. But until I double check, it's really not worth it, because if I cross over there and that is like Ute reservation land, I'm going to get busted. I mean, that's not even worth it. You basically might as well be crossing into foreign lands into another country illegally, like illegal border crossing. But yeah, so I'm not interested in doing that and going to jail today. So what I want to do now is I'm just going to cover this open area the same way that Charlie's doing. I'm going to zigzag back and forth across the top of this whole mountain or this whole hillside, and we'll check all of the major boulders, all of the big rocks, all the open areas, and look for any kind of clues, because they could have had a whole encampment up on top of the hill just right up there in a flat area. Could be anything. On these initial trips, when we come up to a new location that we've never been before, it's really important that we slow down and not get hyper fixated on just one aspect. Like, it would be really easy to just go back to camp and to focus all of our attention on the abandoned mine with the big cable coming out of the ground, where it's obviously there was a mining operation going on right there. But then who knows, we'd be missing an entire amount of context or background and a whole lot of other stuff that could be going on just because we don't take the time to explore the full property. Donovan and his family have only owned this land for about 2 weeks. And so whatever we find, it could really have gone undiscovered for a long time, for hundreds of years, and just nobody's taken the time to walk up and look at that particular boulder or to look next to that tree. And so when you get a place that you can explore that hasn't really been looked at very much, and you've got like close to 100 acres to wander,
then you got to cover your ground until we get the ground penetrating radar up here to LiDAR scan and actually see where everything is. The best that we can do is just cruise around and see what we see. Like, I want to go look at all these big boulders poking up to see, because it's very natural for anybody, even 2,000 years ago, if you wanted to sit down and work on some tools, eat lunch, take a break, just like any other human, you're going to gravitate to the same kind of spots. Right? And then sometimes when you find these cool ant piles, they will do the work for you. So sometimes if we come up and look at these ant hills like this, they will dig up pottery and arrowheads and lay it out for you. But I don't see any here. See, here's a big one. It all just looks like little flakes of shale, and I don't see any arrowheads or pottery, but this is one of the techniques that I use to find stuff. Looking at ant hills. So I'm standing on top of this rock on top of the ridge here, and I have a really good phone signal. So now my phone's catching up, like bing, 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 like a ton of messages. And I got a message in from Chris Bartell. So I sent him pictures of that dead dog that's in the box over there. The one that's, I'm gonna try to turn the microphone out of the wind. The one that's in the box, and then it's curled up and stuffed inside this tiny box, and the box is covered, and it's in this old shed up on the hill, 1 mile away from Blind Frog Ranch, where all this weird stuff happens. And so I sent some pictures to Chris Bartell, and he immediately was like, what the hell? Because he's found similar things. He worked for 8 years as a security guard at Skinwalker Ranch under Bob Bigelow. And so while he was there, they would go out and they would find like dead animal skins draped over the fence posts and stuff, and find weird footprints of giant dog prints in the ground, like in the mud, that look way bigger than a regular dog. So I sent that picture to Chris, and he ran it through like ChatGPT or something, or some AI analysis, and he was like tripping out, because for one, it's totally abnormal that the thing would be dressed up in human clothes, but where it's at and the location, like in proximity to Skinwalker Ranch, is super odd. And then the size of the dog. The AI was like all confused about the size of the dog, saying that it was either like a Belgian Malinois or like a very large breed of German Shepherd, like unusually large dog, like a big Rottweiler or larger. Like, it couldn't make sense of the size of the tufts of the hair and the size of the skull. Like, whatever that dog is laying there is not a normal family pet. The whole top of this mountain is covered with this like cobblestone type rock that in some spots really does look like it was placed. But super weird. As soon as we saw that, it looks like a skinwalker burial, like stuffed in a box. Like, I don't know, it's super odd. How you doing? You ready to go? Yeah. Yeah. You getting hot and tired of following me around? But look, we made it to this ridge out here. So there's this whole outcropping. I'm just going to carefully come around this edge here. And we're going to scooch our way down along the front face of this and see if there's any artifacts or carvings. Charlie boy is committed to following me everywhere. You're such a good dog, Charlie. You are so cool. Keeping me safe and following me around, checking on me.
Now this is snake heaven. We're gonna really watch ourselves here. Doesn't quite look like the right kind of rock for carvings, but I've seen some so tiny, they're like the size of your thumbnail. Like on the rock, you would actually see a little goat or antelope or figure of a person, and they're actually that small, that tiny. And so, you know, I don't just dismiss it. I'll always take my time. And I want to be thorough, because it's like, when am I going to want to have the energy to hike all the way back up to this exact rock again? So while I'm here, you take your time and freaking look. Really look. This looks too crumbly, too temporary. They would have picked more permanent faces. It's definitely a rodent den right there. No petroglyphs here. Onward. Okay, we're going to cross over and start following along this entire ridge all the way back. This is where these two hills converge together, and then there's this crack that runs down, so really highly likely that there would be stuff right in there. But also, if this is where the rain comes down and there's ever like a little runoff or a creek, and this is like the view to look down, right here is ideal camp spot. Like maybe right here, a flat area. Somewhere would be like a camp spot here to overlook who's coming and going up the valley and up that slot. So if we look around, as soon as I started saying that, my intuition just went bonkers. Like, ooh, I got this whole elevated feeling go up through my spine. It feels like my brain is tingling. Like if I was Spider-Man, I would say my spidey senses are tingling. This is how I feel right before I find something. It's almost like a precognition, like a telepathy. Something inside me knows that there's something right here. If I just slow down. Is that an arrowhead? If that's not an arrowhead, that's definitely a flake. Look how it looks like it was just set there. Definitely. Right here and right here. This is tool making, Native American tool making. So this was flakes off of somebody making an arrowhead or a spear for an atlatl. I'm just gonna set this like somewhere a little bit easier to come back and find for Donovan. Yeah, all this, look. This is all tool making. I'll set it all right here. See? Time for a coffee break. We're getting tuckered out. I've been sharing my bag of beef jerky with Charlie, but so far so good. I'm out of water, so all I've got is coffee. I don't know if that's a good idea to give the dog coffee. I'm going to trust that you can get your own water when you're thirsty. We're not too far from the house, actually. Well, we followed this road way up there, clear back around there, all the way up. Zigzagged across here, went up on top. Came back along that ridge, dropped down here, and we just had lunch right down there. And now we're gonna walk up here on this ridge line and keep looking for artifacts and petroglyphs. I'm still following like these cattle trails, game trails. Look how cool this old juniper is, big one. But this kind of stone is not quite right. It's too small and too crumbly. We need to find some big rock faces to look around. So I'm gonna kind of keep my elevation up, stay up on the top until I find a good surface, and then I'll drop down and check it out. Got some kind of a den. I mean, that's pretty decent size scat outside of the hole here. So I don't know if I want to go stick my face down in front of this thing. Go back up around the other way here. Whatever's in there, we're just going to leave it alone. Might just be like a raccoon or something like that, but that's a pretty big turd. What a view. That is the prettiest bluebird. Look how pretty that bluebird is. Wow. And I came up here, I was like, this is like such a good lookout spot up here. And I thought maybe I'll sit down here and rest for a second on this rock. And then lo and behold, I'm like, hang on, look at down here. Wait, is this? I keep getting excited and then it ends up not being it. Oh, I swear that looks so much like pottery. So deceptive here, but that's not what I saw earlier. This is what I saw. This is clear tool making. That's 100%. Somebody sat right on that rock. A Native American sat on that stone and made a tool or an arrowhead, and this flaked off right here. That bluebird is still like flying around right here. So yeah, right here in the dirt. I'm gonna just set this little flake up here on the rock. There's all these spots, like they're like little waypoints, like somebody sat down and made a tool or worked on something, and they're all over the place here. But I haven't found any clear like clan markings, pictographs, petroglyphs. But that doesn't mean we're not going to. We might, walk around one corner on a boulder and then boom, there's like a whole panel of it, It's part of what the process is. This first time that we come to a spot, it's always initially methodical. We have to start off with a wide search and a broad spectrum. And then as we go forward, we narrow in on what we're doing. There's like a hole in that rock. Hello, little bird. Have you never seen a person before? Hello. A little bird just landed on the rocks there, checking me out. This mound of rocks is really interesting. I've kind of moved back north towards the fence line in the direction of Blind Frog Ranch, which is literally right there. If I crossed over this fence and hiked up to that ridge, I would be looking down into Mosby Creek and at the film set for the TV show. That's how close I am right now. But I don't know about you, it kind of looks like a cart path or like a stone path that comes up through here, but I really can't tell. It kind of looks like it, and it might just be the way it looks because these rocks are the right width apart, but it kind of feels like it goes up over this way. I don't know, but I wanted to come over here because there's this whole row of rocks, and we keep finding just little spots where somebody would sit and make tools, and I feel like, oh, we're just so close there to finding like an actual encampment. But I feel like what we're finding a lot of is just like little spots where people were staged up to go hunting, or where people were just sitting and taking a break. And we are finding them though. We're definitely finding spots where people sat down and worked on their tools, potentially hundreds if not thousands of years ago up here. So that's all cool. But it'll be a whole other thing if I can actually find a clan marker or a petroglyph symbol, something that we can sort of match it up with a date and a timeline. Anything cool like that. These would be great petroglyph boulders, but I'm not seeing any still. And we also know that McKee Springs, where all of the headhunter petroglyphs, is just one canyon over that way. So if I drove up a different road and just went up there, instead of going to Blind Frog, you kind of turn right, and that entire canyon up there is loaded full of petroglyphs and pictographs. Like, we're talking all the ones in, I recently posted a video to kind of remind everybody, but it's all the big pictographs and petroglyphs of the figures that are like holding severed heads, and they've all got horns and just like big, crazy, amazing ones. Oh, this is the platform. I thought that was a rooftop. I was like, what the hell is that? I was so confused for a second there. This is that camp spot. I visualized this as a roof, and that there was like a structure built in the hillside. This is that spot that we were at earlier. Okay, now I know where I'm at. I was a little bit turned around there for a second. I was like, what is the house doing up here? But this is where that hammock is. This would be an awesome spot to actually set that hammock stand up. Take that gross hammock off of there, bring the stand up on top of this platform, and actually sleep in a hammock and watch the stars to look for UFOs. That would be so cool. Okay, so we're kind of back where Donovan brought me. Okay, this is something here for sure. So here we are, just right down from that platform, and look at the soil here. It's like, I know on camera it kind of just looks gray. Through my polarized sunglasses. It's like blue. This dirt looks like purple when you cut out the UV. And I wonder if this is the same kind of blue stone that Dwayne up at Blind Frog is like smelting, and it's turning out this weird material. Look at this stuff. That's kind of crazy, and it's got like iron in it. Look at all the iron. It's like rusted. This might be like a whole gold vein underneath all this down in here. This geology is super weird. It's all blue dirt. It's completely, the ground all through here looks just, through my sunglasses, looks bright purple. Super weird. That would be worth digging up and like sampling that though, to see the mineral contents right there. There's like patches of it coming out of the ground. Let's just kind of follow it over here and see. Another big patch right there, look. I'm not a geologist, but that's super weird looking. Totally a different color. And it's just like bulging out of the ground. Like there's a heavy mineral deposit right there that has completely discolored the soil. And it's like almost like straight up like clay. Crazy. Let's just follow down this and see what we see. This all feels like tailings from a mine. What the heck? It's just like all flaky on the top though. Something about the geology right here is bonkers. Look at the iron oxide in this. There's some unique geology going on right here. I need to have my friends Mike and Greg come up here and look at all this. Crazy. Feels like walking on a whole mountain full of broken glass. I just want to look over here and then I might turn around and keep following this down. That might be part of it. Well, here's a trail. This is the road that obviously goes up to that spot. Oh, okay, I know where I'm at. Okay. There's a lot of this that I've had a whole private conversation with Donovan, and some of this we're not going to talk about. I've shown you enough right there, but we're not going to go into any more about that. It'll be to be continued, because I just on my own accord right there ran into something. This is the Spanish cart path. This is the mine cart path. The one that Donovan's riding on his dirt bike, where he goes up to that stand.
Okay, this part's to be continued. Donovan and I talked about this, and subscribe and stay tuned if you want to know more. I'm going to head back down to the road, but that was really validating that I just did that. All that, I know it just looked like I was finding weird blue dirt and iron oxide, but that hole, just what I did stumbling across that right there, as soon as I realized where I was, that's going to be validating for Donovan, I think, when I tell him what just happened there. I would bet all the beans and the McNuggets that this dirt road that they're still using to this day is the same one that the Spanish Conquistadors were using to go get the gold, to haul the gold. There's the valley, there's the gap, there's the gold smelter right through that gap in the canyons. And I walked the long way, the whole way, not even looking for it, got lost, stumbled the back way up on it, and ran into the same conclusion, and then wound up on this dirt road, and it's pointed straight shot. It's like they're still using the same trail. This is probably the Spanish mine trail right here, and they're still going up it on their four-wheelers. Isn't that wild? So I've been using the thermal imager and all these gadgets, hiking all over trying to look for clues as to where it could be. They're still using it. It's right under your nose the whole time. Well, we're back at the cabin now. Charlie's followed me all the way back. Such a good dog. Oh my gosh. I've had such a good time going out and hiking with this old boy. Oh my gosh. Such a cool dog. But wow, the sky here is just stunning. And I'm telling you, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but I was just sitting here meditating, and right in this gap in the clouds right there, there was a white cylinder. And right when I looked up at it, in my mind I went, oh, and then it went and moved off to the right. It was right there, and it went into the clouds. As soon as I pointed it out to myself, I was like, there, what is that? It like moved off in the clouds. But see, now I'm skeptical because look, there's an airplane. So did I just look up and catch an airplane? But there was no contrail. It was just like there. But we're so high up in the mountains up here that the clouds and the sky and the stars at night, they feel like they're right in your face. Like you could just go grab it out of the sky like cotton candy. It feels like it's all right there. Okay, we are setting up the MUPAS device up in the lodge. We've got power to it finally. Dr. Segala included this whole extra antenna that I'm not sure what it is. It has a whole USB plug-in in the back. I'm gonna have to ask him what this is for because it could possibly be an additional sensor that isn't normally included, but it's also, this could be just like a range extender so it can detect more from a farther distance. But this is where it's gonna be in the central area in the lodge up here at Thunderstrike Ranch. So if you come and rent the Airbnb and you stay in that cabin or in the teepee, you can come up here and hang out in the lodge while you're like making your meals and stuff like that. And the actual MUPAS sensor is right here collecting the data. So anything that flies over, if there's a UFO, paranormal activity, or anything that happens on this property, we can actually capture the 5 sigma level scientific data to prove that it's not imaginary. We can actually get the scientific data. And this was all built by Dr. Jim Segala. So really cool. It looks like it's booting up for the first time right now. We're gonna get it going, and then I'm gonna set it up top here so when people come and hang out, it doesn't accidentally get bumped and moved around too much. But we might end up mounting it on the wall in the
actual cabin itself up there once we get the Wi-Fi range extended so that it'll reach that far. For now, in the lodge, it's gonna be really cool. Okay, let's see if we can get it going here. Yeah, Donovan's gonna try to figure out how to do this now. So there's a stylus pin you can use. So yeah, just hit setup.
There we go.
And then set up Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And then I'll just get away from you and you type in your Wi-Fi password. We're relocating again. Okay, so we're gonna put it in here into this shed. We gotta get it closer to the Starlink so we can get it to connect here. This will probably work.
Yeah, I think so. Uploading, yep, it's working now.
We got it. Sick. Okay, plug that USB in the back there.
Alrighty.
And then, now when you get a minute later or when you want to look at the data, what we'll do is on the back, I don't want to show everybody, but on the back there's actually an identification for this unit.
Gotcha.
So there's like a whole number and then there will be a login. So when you're ready, just like text me and we'll get you on the website so you can start logging all the data and doing the journal entries. But
That'd be awesome.
it's going now. It's collecting 5 sigma level scientific data, paranormal phenomena.
It's set up, huh?
You're Ghostbusters
That was pretty
now.
easy, yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Plug and go.
Not too bad.
That's amazing. Hello, baby goats. Hey, what are you doing? Donovan's hooking me up with a whole bunch of Lightning Springs Ranch beef from the cows. And man, I couldn't be happier. I'm so stoked to go home with a whole cooler full of beef. That's gonna be amazing. What an awesome trip this has been. Holy smokes. Charlie, I'm gonna miss you. You are so cute. And I think you're a girl. I've been calling you Charlie boy, but I think you're a girl. Oh, and the goats. This is like a whole little hobby farm. It's come up and it's like therapy just to hang out and hike and pet the baby goats. Hi. I've had so much fun on this trip. Holy smokes.
Big old ribeyes.
Holy crap.
A couple of them in there.
Donovan,
A couple
you're
of
too
porterhouse
kind.
steaks.
This is so generous of you. I can't believe you're giving me all this
absolutely.
meat.
Absolutely. Then we got a couple roasts in there.
No way.
A few pounds of ground beef. 3 or 4. So
This is amazing.
these are some brats, and they were they thawed out. So you
Eat
just
these
use them
first.
whenever you
I'm
can.
gonna eat one tonight when I get home.
Some brats. So
Dude,
just a mix of everything there.
thank you. So people can actually go on your website and order this online in different bundles and stuff?
Yeah. Yep. They can order it online, and we ship it straight to. We've shipped everywhere in the United States. So
Really?
right from here, everywhere we shipped all the way to Florida and Maine and all that. So
That's
yeah,
crazy.
lightningspringsranch.com. We can ship it straight to your house. Shipping's always free. So
No way.
yep.
That's amazing. I'm going to put the links for everything down in the description box below and in my link tree so you can go and get actual Lightning Springs Ranch beef. This is amazing, Donovan. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.